Make it derivative, Jill.
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 38. I'm here with Scotty R37.
Ahoy. I do have some sad news for everybody. I won't be able to join on today's conversation about the UFO episode Court Martial, and I was looking forward to it in a big way because I wanted to say that Shadow is a lot like Section 31, and Jill was going to tell me that I was wrong. But I got some.
I was going to.
And it was going to be a spirited conversation. But I did get some information in regards to my little guy named Snoopy. He is enjoying his last day. Sadly, he's going to be going into the vet tomorrow to relieve him of his pain, much like Dr. McCoy's dad in Star Trek V. And so, yeah, I want to go and enjoy the sunshine and the grass with Snoop, and I wanted to let Jill know, and Jill said, "Well, can I tell people that your puppy is going to be no longer with?" And I was like, "Well, no, I should probably say it."
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's cool. I did want to. I don't want every Plomeek tea time to start with a tribute, and I don't want to equate my puppy dog with Son of a Red Shirt, because humans, I hate to break it to you, more valuable than quadrupeds. Although he's been such a good guy, and he's helped me so much.
He's been your friend for years.
Yeah, I wouldn't have made
How
it
long
through.
have you had him?
About 3 years, 3.5 years. He was an inheritance dog, and so I talked to the lady who gave him to me, and she said, well, he's 15, and he's older, and so it's an understandable thing, and so I would feel guilty and remiss to my man's best friend. I am a man. I have one best friend. His name is Snoopy. He's upstairs. He's in the grass, and I want to go spend time with him. I was gonna sing a song, but I don't think I want to. I'll leave the song singing to people with better voices. But I did put Snoopy versus the Red Baron in the chat. And so I think that everybody, if you wanted to raise a glass to the best little guy who ever flew a biplane, then I would recommend it. But unfortunately, I can't be here. And
you gave him some great golden years for his puppy life, and you're going to give him a great last day too.
We're going to watch Logan's Run.
Oh my God.
I know, it's last day. And I apologize if I seem callous. I just shut myself down emotionally so that I don't have to deal with it. But yeah, we're going to go sing in the sunshine.
For some reason, I'm the one crying.
Well, and I appreciate it because someone should be feeling emotions here. So yeah, I'm gonna go.
Right. But please go.
Are there any videos? Are there any videos that would be? Well, yeah. I don't think I can even make jokes or be flippant, but I do just want to, have a dance for Snoop. So in honor of Snoopy, I'm going to play a little Chief O'Brien, and I'm going to take off.
Okay. Okay, and I have to stop that prematurely because that'll give me a copyright strike. But yes, tomorrow Scotty R37 will lose his dog of a few years. And like Admiral Teague says here, I agree with this. Sorry about Snoopy. I had that record you posted when I was a little kid. Hey, Admiral Teague, thanks for joining me here.
I wish I had more time. I would just like to, best wishes to Scotty at this difficult time. It's a bummer. Did you just cut out?
Yeah, no,
that was you, not me.
Yeah, no, that was me because sometimes I need to address my daughter. She likes to come and talk to me, and
that's cool.
Usually, yeah.
I wish I could help out more. I just wanted to stop by and say hello, and I gotta actually go start my work week as everyone else quits for the weekend. But
Oh, this is the beginning of your work week. Okay, well that makes sense why you got to go.
well, it's not really the beginning of my work week. It's just my work day. It's a weird thing. We'll get into it more later at some other time. But bummer about Snoopy. I had
I
that
know.
record though when I was a little kid. When I hit the link and I was like, wow.
I know for a while I wanted to talk about. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I started playing it on another tab. Obviously, I can't play it on this stream because I'll probably get a copyright for that.
I got my first copyright strike this week. But apparently you can use Armis without any penalty. There's no effect on my stream.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I leave you in the good hands of Mikey. I wanted to say hi.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for stopping by.
There probably won't be a Saving Star Trek today, but who knows? PDB may pull it out in the last minute. They have that ability.
You never know. He is. Oh, wait a minute. Is PDB a they?
PDB a what?
Never mind. I thought PDB.
He has a set of keys to Saving Star Trek if he wants to fire it up, if that's what you're asking. He's a co-administrator.
Well, it makes more sense than that. He's a brilliant guy, and he could come up with the show at the drop of a hat. I know he could.
I know that they'll be great if they want to do it. They have the option.
Why do you refer to him as they?
Because Dark Helmet will also be on. He is a he.
Oh,
PDB is all man, and so is Tony, and so am I.
Okay. I thought you were referring to PDB as an individual.
If he wants to change his pronouns, that's up to him. But right now, as far as I know, PDB is a he.
Okay.
and we're still going with she for you, right? And
yes, that's right. Yeah, no, I was just confused because I didn't realize we were also talking about Dark Helmet. He was not in my equation.
It's so weird how we've drifted into this place where we could just say these people will do great, and you'll be like, "What do you mean these people?" In a totally different way than people meant like 15 years ago.
What do you mean they?
What do you mean those people?
Hey, Mikey, are you here with us?
Yes, I am, Jill. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. I can hear you fine.
Oh, cool. It's working then.
It is.
Cool. Yeah, I had to fix my sound, but that's cool. Yeah, I'm glad it's working. I had to do some minor adjustments. I caught the end. I caught the end of Scotty, and I'm really sorry for his loss. I really.
Yeah. Me too. And he's trying to push off his feelings for it because it hasn't happened yet. But for some reason, I have all of the feelings for a dog I never even met.
I suggest you deactivate the emotion chip. Wait, hold on. Right? I suggest you deactivate the emotion
I have
chip.
the wrong emoji for having all of these feelings right now.
I
have the wrong avatar.
You know they're monetizing people at like 200 now. You should check your monetization options. I think it's fast. Are you monetized?
No, mine still says 1,000.
I think it's a beta test for some people or an hours requirement. I just don't know. But I heard people talking about it, responsible people. So I don't know if it's true or not yet. Check those YouTube TOS guys.
Well, my hours are perfect. I already have 5,000 hours within the past 12 months. So my hours are fine. I just need 1,000 subscribers still. I'm not part of the beta test.
You 600 people, please go out and find it within yourselves to sign up for this woman's wonderful channel. And as a special gift, when we hit 1,000, I will appear for the last time and then beam off the show forever. So, you've got that as an incentive.
Really?
No, well, I mean, we ought to offer people something. I want to ask you a small favor, though.
Come on.
There's an episode.
Is that like a benefit?
Yeah, it's a benefit. It's like, if your car breaks down, AAA will come out and change your tire. When anti-derivative shield gets monetized, Admiral T graduates to the chat forever. Unless it doesn't happen within 2 months, I don't know. It's conditional on me. I have a request before I run, though.
Okay, what would you like?
This is way down the line. I don't want to. I know that you guys are into the meat of the best Star Trek episodes and stuff, and I don't want.
Yes, we are. We're
I'm gonna hold you to it.
What, not coming back? Okay. But my thought is, if you do have me back, I don't want to come back for any of the shows that people really are invested in. And I want to thank you personally for allowing me to be part of the Doomsday Machine broadcast, because that's my favorite episode.
Absolutely. I'm glad you were here for that one.
It was a gateway drug into Star Trek. I can't. I'll never forget it, or the first time I saw it as a little kid, or how much I was affected by Commodore Decker. But can I come back for the Children Shall Lead so I can prove to people that I'm not that I don't go too easy on old Star Trek? Because that's this week's riff.
Yeah, let me put that down on my note.
I think it's season 3,
Okay,
right?
baby.
This one's way off.
I wasn't calling you that. I was calling my daughter that. But
Oh no, I knew that. I knew that. I may be an infant, but nobody calls me baby.
Okay, I'll write you down for Children Shall Lead.
Right, because Patterns of Force can be someone else's problem to deal with. I'm not touching that fucking episode, but it would be fun because there's enough for me to use my certain specific set of skills about how this episode just that one I don't think is anyone's favorite.
Yeah, Patterns of Force. I was like, really? Are my Starfleet officers really walking around in Nazi uniforms? I guess so.
You know what? I'll just tell you right now, there are proper names of particular Yahtzees on the sleeve of Kirk and McCoy's uniform, which means that these were 20th century Earth uniforms that they just took out of wardrobe, and they didn't really look them over because they're part of specifically named after specific head guys in that organization, like the AH unit and worse. So not even a really good job of curating wardrobe on Patterns of Force. Although I do find it enjoyable, it's too heavy-handed. It needed another week in the baker, in the oven or something. We can usually see.
Well, I guess I'll figure that out when we get there.
We can usually see the good story inside the bad story. And usually the older Star Trek, if it doesn't go over great, it's still really amusing.
That's true. That's true.
It has a charm.
Even the worst Star Trek episodes get me to learn something. The animated series episode Bem is kind of dumb, but it teaches me about colony creatures. And I learned about a certain creature in the ocean that pulls itself together. Each piece, each individual organism acts as a specific organ in a whole body, and when all of these organisms get together, they make one big.
Yeah, you do realize this is Admiral Teague, not Tony Stark. Like, you just went right over my head with that smart stuff. What are you talking about?
Well, it's colony. Have you ever seen Bem, the episode, animated series?
As a lot of people have pointed out, there's some Star Trek I still haven't seen. I've been working on closing the gap in Voyager, which I find to be an enjoyable show.
Oh yeah, Voyager. That's a good place to start.
It's very lighthearted.
Yeah, definitely.
It comes from a good place. It's not all home runs.
For me, at best, Voyager is the Odyssey, and when it's less than that, it's Gilligan's Island.
Honestly, to me, it was so. Usually, it seems to hit in. This is kind of Battlestar Galactica. We have to find Earth. We're far away. We have no home. We run. We fight. We run. We fight. We hide.
We fight. We fight.
And then I would say this, although we know that the rules aren't different in a Delta Quadrant, the rules are a little different in a Delta Quadrant. You go warp 10, you turn into a salamander, the Borg negotiate, things are strange. And if you order Klingons from Wish, you get the Kazon.
Oh, no. Those Kazon, they look to me like they come straight from Dragon Ball Z.
If you order Dragon Ball Z from Wish, you get the case. Yeah, they're not the greatest antagonists. I'm just about finished with season 3. I'm just about finished with season 3, so we're about to decast the show.
Oh, hooray! Well, that's the great news for you.
Unfortunately, I feel it's not the best news for Jennifer Lien, but no, it's probably as good news for me.
Well, actually, I think I like the way that she left the show. I just don't like it when she comes back.
They wrote her a good end, and I didn't know she came back because then like life set in, and I was doing things like playing music, and I just didn't see the last couple of seasons of Deep Space Nine all that much. It was kind of like it was with Deep Space Nine. Although with Deep Space Nine, it was sort of like I was turning it off a lot because it got so dark, and I was like, it doesn't feel like Star Trek to me.
It doesn't. Well,
I
There are
feel
bits of it, there are hints of it, and the general premise of the utopia is still there, but it challenges it in every episode.
I would agree. I gotta run. I've got to get ready to run. So can I just
Yeah.
say hello to JT Kirk, Franco
Yeah.
Walker, and Ari Bevel? Are you Gil Bevel's brother? Don't dox yourself. I'm just wondering.
That's true. It is. And
it
he's already known as his brother.
Hello. It's nice to meet you, Ari.
And I
Dan-
got a picture here of him.
Oh.
He's a colony creature. Parts of his body can float off and go off and do different things.
Oh, so that's why he's a colony. He's a colony of okay. He's a collection of individual parts that can kind of like he can
be
also
independent.
Can he like throw off his hand like Thing from the Addams
Yes.
Family and have it just crawl? Okay, that's great. Presents
Yeah.
interesting possibilities within their society. Come on, somebody had to make the Randy joke.
Mhm. Exactly. But definitely. Oh well, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, like
You
it's
didn't
like
even say it, but I get
everybody throws their hands in a big pile, and whosever hand goes wherever it goes. That's all I have to say.
it. Definitely.
Family
Well, I
show.
hope you
Hey,
have a
Padre.
good... Oh, Padre's here. Great.
Maybe Padre should. But you know what? If
If he
Padre had
wants to.
time, I couldn't think of anyone I'd rather listen to on my way to work than you and Padre and Mikey. But hey,
Yeah, I hope you have a good day. Okay. I
It will
hope
be all right.
you can tolerate it. I hope you have a tolerable day. Does that make more sense?
I'm putting into the private chat what I have to deal with at work, so don't tell anyone.
Okay.
But it will be funny. Anyway, I love you guys. I love this show. And Padre, what are you doing? You know, try to get on here and join Anti-Derivative Jill. Give me some of that high quality Friday. Oh, wow. Padre Pio, it's a miracle.
Well, you asked, so I had to show up, right?
Wow. I ordered a lieutenant colonel around. Holy smoke. I am an admiral.
I retired, so that's like Mister.
God,
You got it. I'm talking to you, mister. Get on the bridge right now. Take the helm
bless.
for Scotty.
So
Thank you, Padre, for joining me today.
Let me beam off. Anybody interested? I'll be on all day tomorrow, doing my research for Strange New Worlds with Comic Relief Crusader and Captain Fandom.
Oh my
Nerd.
God, why are you doing that to yourself?
When Comic Relief, when it's me, Comic Relief Crusader, and Captain Fandom Nerd, we do something that New Trek people can't do. We make it fun. We have a good time watching it, and I kind of need to be up to speed on this, you know, because this is my job. I document crimes against Star Trek.
And there's Strange New Worlds is one of the biggest crimes. It's just a terrible copy.
You know, in the words of another famous movie, another famous franchise that we all know, we'll not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive because we're fighting for our right to live and to exist. And these are our modern myths and stories. They're worth holding on to. At any rate,
Yeah.
later, everybody.
None of what Strange New Worlds is doing is going to be a myth.
That's why we're fighting it.
Garbage.
Well, that's why I'm going to use my powers of deception to mislead Star Trek fans into thinking it's bad. Because right now, the show is still good. It's good until I watch it, and then I manage to destroy it. So I'll say for the last time, Paramount, for $300,000, Saving Star Trek will not review Strange New Worlds. You have until June 14th.
That's not going to happen.
All right, guys, live long and prosper. Slow
You have a
salute to
great
the
day.
chat.
Our
Cheers.
tolerable day. Bye. Thank you, Admiral Teague, for joining the panel for as long as you could. And have a better day. And also, we have Mikey here on the panel with us, but he was the first one to give me a comment here. He said, "I recently saw this episode online. It's a good courtroom drama." But we do also have Padre here, and I don't know if he watches UFO, but I did have this episode, so maybe I'll just go through it really quick, and then we can talk about other stuff.
Educate me. Oh, by
Okay.
the way, I have
good.
one quick question for you, Miss Jill.
Sure.
So, I tried to be an engineer, and I could do derivatives, but I couldn't do anti-derivatives. And then,
Yes.
right. And so that's kind of one of the things that keep me on, because I'm okay with, saying I can't do something. And it's just one of the things I accept. But we were doing a podcast or live stream with Stark.
Yes.
And he mentioned Star Trek's the follow-on series being a derivative of the original series. Is that where you got anti-derivative for your name?
No, actually, I got my name from when I was a kid taking calculus class, and I had to come up with an internet name. And I was listening to the Vandals. That's a punk rock band, and they
Yeah.
had a song called Anti. And I thought, if I were anti, what kind of anti would I be? And all I could think of was calculus homework. So I picked antiderivative. So the correlation between derivative properties and my being a science fiction channel is purely coincidental and a happy accident.
Cool. I just wanted to know that, because that popped into my nugget, and I was like, I don't think Jill ever said that out loud, because if she did, I would have paid attention to it. So anyway, that
Right.
was my one question.
Awesome.
I'm out.
Actually, I don't know if Mikey, you can talk to Mikey for me for just a little bit, because I need to attend to my daughter. She needs me for a
Got
minute.
it. I
Thank
got
you.
it. Hey, Mikey, what you wearing?
Do you really want to know?
No, I don't. I don't know, but I had to run with something right off the bat, and that's always an awkward question that generates a response.
I'm not wearing robes or anything, so.
So
Like
you're
you
showing
are
aircraft.
in the
You're
avatar
showing
there.
aircraft with your little slideshow there.
Oh well, no, that's Jill's aircraft.
Oh,
That's
okay.
her aircraft. She shows that. Yeah, no. What I have is my one of two babies that's up here on my avatar. That's Moon Pie. She's 6 years old. She's a beautiful girl.
Oh, yeah. Cats are
And
always
and I
fun.
was. You have a girl. You have a cat named Castro.
Yeah.
Because that's
What
cool if
was
you do.
well? So my parents, right? We lived on a ranch, and we had a mouse problem, right? And so when we moved in there, we had like 3 or 4 cats, and a lot of people don't realize cats like are the number one killer in America. Like, they kill a lot of things. Like, we had them bring a baby fawn in one day, like our cats, and so we had these cats for a while, and then they started, passing away from like old age. And my mom was like, "Hey, we're getting like mice everywhere, and we need to solve the problem." So they went to the local shelter, and they're like, "Hey, do you guys got cats that you need to get rid of?" And they're like, "Well, they're all feral." And they're like, "Well, that's cool. Like, if you got feral cats, we'll take them and we'll house them." And then they gave my family the brief. They were like, "These will never be pets. Just give them food and water, and then stay out of their way." Well, where I live, we have coyote and cougar, right?
Yeah.
Where my parents live, and so cats become prey at that point.
Right.
So at
Sure.
night, my parents would, specifically my mother, would put up the cats in an old
Yeah, they do.
chicken coop, and it wasn't like, my mom would call the cats. They knew, like, hey, it was like, it's getting dark, we're getting fed, we're getting water, we're going to crawl in the chicken coop, we're going to get locked up, and then when daylight comes and mom gets up in the morning, she'll let us out. What happened about after 2 months, because it's my freaking mother, all the cats started becoming tame, and she had like and my mom's
Oh, wow.
married, has 3 kids, and she's like has like 6 feral cats that are now tame, and there's like not a mouse or a snake anywhere near. And when I say snakes, it's these cats will literally bring snakes and drop them off on the doorstep. You know.
Oh, so they're doing their job.
Dead,
They're
of
pulling their
course.
weight.
Yeah. No,
That's
some
great.
of them
Yeah,
were
they are.
alive.
Yeah.
Some of them were alive. Some of them were
Oh, well,
definitely
that's
alive.
not
Oh
good.
no, because that's what cats do though, because they treat their prey like toys.
Like a toy,
Yep.
yeah.
They play with their food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, JT Kirk.
We've.
Hey there. How's it
Hi,
going?
JT
Whoa!
Kirk.
Oh my goodness. There's something. Your microphone is too boomy, but
Oh,
it is great.
okay.
And
Do I need to turn the gain down a little bit?
yeah, I think so. Wouldn't you agree?
Let me get in there.
He sounds
And,
like God. Like, no. Hello, pop culture.
Ariba Bell says you sound like Sargon.
Actually, he reminds me of when I went through steer training and the microphone dudes were yelling at us when we were in the little phone booths. Yeah, that's kind of what that sounded like. That's a true story.
And I do want to say hello to Pop Culture Curator. I know that he's in the hospital right now, and
Hello, Pop.
he's having to deal with some major stuff. So I hope at least you're comfortable right now.
Hey, Jill, how did his
Yes?
MRI test turn out? How did his
I don't know.
MRI
You're,
test
you're
turn
gonna
out?
have to ask him. I don't know. I mean, if
Okay.
he's able to come online, he's welcome to come talk to us if he wants to. I've got the link in the
Absolutely.
top. Today is a little off of a show anyway, so I don't even know if I'm going to talk about the UFO episode. I might have to change the thumbnail later if I don't get to it. And Admiral Teague, sorry about Snoopy. I am too. But you guys you're helping me out here. Thank you.
Yeah.
PJ Bear says hello, PJ Bear, hell. And rest in peace, Snoopy. Yes, tomorrow, Edge of Time.
Thank you, Edge of Time.
Yeah. Like I needed another excuse to get rickety wreck. Oh, but I know, but it's a lot of things going on.
Who's Snoopy?
Like, Snoopy is Scotty R37's dad.
Oh.
I mean, not dad,
Oh, wow.
dog, his dog.
No. If it was his dad, I'd
Well, either way,
really
I mean,
in panic mode.
Oh,
that's a significant emotional event.
It is.
All right.
I don't know
this
why
any-
I transposed those two words.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, I don't sound like I'm going to go on
Oh,
a 20-minute rant about Brexit anymore, hopefully, right?
No, you sound much better. Thank you for joining me here.
Sure.
I have no
can't
idea.
stay very long. I have to go pick up my my little guy in about 40 minutes, but I just wanted to drop in and say hello. So.
Oh yeah, I already collected all of mine, so yeah, that sounds good.
Hello, Franco.
Well, thanks for
Hello,
saying
Phantom.
hello. Yeah, Phantom, Franco Walker's in the chat. Dalek451 is having his tea right now. And Matt G. But I learned from Dalek that tea doesn't mean tea, it means dinner. So what do they call it when it's tea time?
Usually when they talk about tea time, it's tea and crumpets. That's usually tea time.
Okay.
Right? Am I right? It's like tea and crumpets.
That would make
That's
sense
what
to me.
I am used to. Well, there's a high tea. And when you do high tea, well, you get like, I've had the rose tea that Captain Picard, Patrick Stewart drank, the Earl Grey rose tea. Really awesome, by the way, if you haven't tried it. And then they have finger sandwiches. So they consider that high tea. You eat the finger sandwiches, you get finger desserts, and you get your tea all in the same time. It's a wonderful mid-afternoon snack, or I guess in some cases a mid-afternoon lunch. It's like a brunch.
Oh, I see.
It's really cool.
So,
like second breakfast.
So I made friends with this playing a video game, and there was this chick
Like
on there.
second breakfast, yeah.
and she was like, cussing out everybody. So of course I'm immediately intrigued, right? And so I start like
Oh yeah.
poking the bear, trying to get her upset, which for me is fairly easy to do. She starts yelling at me and she tells me she's a Geordie. Well, Geordie is basically Newcastle in England, and it's basically. And the way I got told is like, well, what's a Geordie? And they're like, well, think of a skinny white chick with blonde hair that likes to fight and drink all the time. And I'm like, what? You guys don't drink tea? No, they drink gin all the time.
No. Oh no, they don't. That's insane.
No,
Definitely not what I think of when I hear Geordie.
And no, right, Star Trek, but
Me either.
no kidding. But no kidding, like her and I become friends, and like we start playing other video games together, and people are like, "Are you two married?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "So you're like internet husband and wife?" And we're like, and I'm like, "If you tell me," I'm like, if she starts telling me like what not to eat, I'm gonna start yelling. And anyway, it became a really good friendship, but it's always interesting talking to her because basically what it boils down to is a Geordie is like Idaho white trash, and I don't care. I'm Idaho white trash. I came from that, and so I'm like, oh no. I know what I know the culture is just a different flavor, and so her and I will sit there and like swap like mannerisms, like, hey, this is what we say, this is what biscuits and gravy means in America. This is what biscuits and gravy means in England. And we'll sit there and swap cultural aspects.
If you're putting gravy on your biscuits in England, things have gone a little wrong.
Yeah. Well, and if it's white, they throw a fit. In the South, that's like standard ops. So it's
true.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't always cook their biscuits down south. I'm pretty aware of that.
It's just interesting, and the only reason I brought that up because I thought that was a fun story.
That is a fun story. A great relationship and sharing cultures is neat.
Yeah, it's very cool. That's how Suzanne and I met. She was Canadian, I'm American, and she had no idea that she was going to meet somebody from the South. But I came from the Southwest, and she was way up north, and we've been together for 13 years now and married for 7. So we're both very happy.
Good for you.
Two cultures, definitely.
Yeah, that's really lovely. That's really great. Dan Ben in the chat says Bem was a Pandonian. There was one in the lower decks.
Yeah. Are you able to read that?
No, I didn't catch anything of what you're saying. It's all breaking up. You've been breaking up for the past minute. And so
No, what I can say is Bem is also a character from Fox and Sucks. Bims, Ben's, Ben Broom.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You mean Dr. Seuss?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I'm talking about because you have little kids.
Dr. Seuss.
Dog451 says, oh man, I wish I'd known you'd make this stream open panel, Jill. Talk about bad time. I didn't even know I was going to make this stream an open panel because I was all set to talk to Scotty R37 about UFO. And then we got the news that he couldn't be here. And so we know why. He needs to spend time with his dog, obviously. And so I didn't even know this was happening. But thank you guys for joining the panel. So I'm not just talking to myself here.
Hello,
and Snail Messiah. Yeah, hey.
Well, Jill, in your defense, like when you start going through your UFO or your Star Trek reviews, they're generally really well thought out. And like, I'm not a UFO fan, but I'll listen to your reviews, like not religiously, but I'll listen to them, and I'm like, oh, hey, that's something cool to think about. So take that.
Oh, well, thank you. The Friday reviews are a little more casual than my Tuesday ones, where I get all the production stuff and everything. I don't do that as much on Friday but
Yeah.
I still like to talk about the stuff I watched. Thank you.
Hey Jill, I have to say once again, one of the greatest reviews that you ever did was The Wolf in the Fold. We had so much fun. I re-listened to it this morning, and I couldn't stop laughing with the Red Jack stuff.
That was
And then
great.
you had
And
me do the computer voice.
you were amazing at the computer voice.
That's
You're
right.
also a great you're also great at Jack the Ripper. You do well at
Yeah,
both.
I was. Oh, thanks.
And King Dolphin TV
That
says
was fun.
hello. Mhm.
I always hear that in
And then
Raquel's
Ariane
voice.
Feliciano.
The King Dolphin TV. Every
Oh
time
yeah,
I see his name.
King Dolphin TV.
in color.
I came up with, yeah, in color. Yeah, I came up with King Dolphin TV. I asked him if he could use that as his intro. He hasn't responded to me yet, but I'll get a hold of him somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jill, speaking of reviews, how did you ever get playing that The Endless Story or whatever the name of that video game is called from the 90s? How did you get into that? I'm sure that everybody else has heard it a million times, but I think I came along the first time in like chapter 4 or 5.
Actually, that's not true. Nobody ever asked me how I first
Oh,
started
really?
playing that game. I don't know. I was just looking for a point and click adventure game. I had started by getting abandonware from the internet and downloading
Mhm.
DOSBox and just playing a whole bunch of freeware games, and I realized I liked adventure games. But I didn't want to type in all the adventure notes like north, south, east, west, and pick up the hammer. And so I didn't
Right.
want to do the text-based adventure game. I wanted a point and click.
So that runs at a DOS box. I did that with the Final Unity recently after seeing that you had done it with this game. And I don't know if anyone else here has played a Final Unity back from the 90s, but that was probably the one Star Trek game that I had that actually worked, because a lot of the FMV, the one with Q and the Borg and then the Klingon one, didn't
Mhm.
work because my monitor wasn't a high enough resolution to be able to click in some of those scenes. So I was kind of stuck with playing a Final Unity for a long time, and I loved
Oh
that
yeah,
game. But
that's like a next generation game, right?
yes, it is. It is, and it's very next gen Trek kind of a story where you're on an adventure. I mean, that is the genre, right? But it doesn't feel like a shoot 'em up kind of game that's like Starfleet Academy or some of the other titles, right? That are just kind
Right.
of wearing the Star
Like
Trek IP.
it could be violent if you want to be, but you have the choice to be diplomatic.
Right, right. And I'll admit, when I was a kid, I did try to go up against like 10 Romulan warbirds in the game and do like a full spread of photon torpedoes. And,
Oh my
you end up
goodness.
getting blown up eventually, just kind of having fun with the game your own way that way. But I don't know if you can play that game or if you'd get copyright struck.
I don't know either, but I have a secondary channel where I play games sometimes with my
Now,
son, so I could do it there.
it is super enjoyable to just have like you and Scotty on there and just hanging out. If you play that game, I will definitely. I'm not trying to force you into it, but I'm just saying I will be 110% behind watching that if you end up
Mhm.
playing.
Speaking of games,
Cool.
can I ask you guys if you guys have ever played these two games?
Sure.
So the first
Sure.
game was played on an Apple IIe, and it was Star Trek. And this is probably when I say Apple IIe, I'm talking floppy disk. And no kidding, like you had the Enterprise and you were fighting against Klingons, and basically your Enterprise was working in a grid, but it wasn't 3D, it was 2D. So it was basically like it was on a hockey rink. And so when you would move forward, but it was like you were on ice. Did any of you guys play that with like Apple IIe?
Was
graphics?
was that Apple Trek or was that Star Trek 3?
No, it was some Star Trek game. And back
That's
then,
not familiar to me.
Was it the?
But I haven't played. There are a ton of Star Trek games I haven't played.
There are many that I think there's probably a half dozen that came out on the Apple IIe. So I can't say for certain if I did play that one back in the game or back in the day. Do you remember what year it came out?
No, dude, we were playing that. We were playing that like I want to say 92, 93.
Okay.
And
they had all come out on the Apple II by then because the Apple II wasn't new.
I'm pretty sure my dad got a pirated version just because he knew how much I love Star Trek. So basically, there was somebody with 2 disk drives, and they copied it from they pirated it, copied it from one game to another before they figured out how to stop that shit. So they did that. And then the second game I wanted to ask you about is, did you guys ever go to like the arcades, like when they had arcades in the mall, and play Star Wars with basically it wasn't like, you know, the graphics we have now. It was basic like Apple IIe graphics, just lines like Atari.
Yeah, it's the vector-based graphics version of it. Oh yeah, I played that on the original for sure. You know, in an arcade box. And I also have a friend that has like 40 cabinets in his basement. Yes, he does have an extra electrical drop to his house just for his basement. And he restored a cabinet of that Star Wars that came out in '83. And it helps not having to dump quarters in it. I'll tell you that much, but it is a load of fun.
I almost got fired from a job playing that game in the basement of the dorms because I would play that game so much. I played that game so much, I think I was the last person to play it in the basement of the University of Idaho dorms because it broke. And I was so bummed when the monitor finally went out. And it was awesome because you would get in there and it was like a little like race car thing that you would crawl into, and you would grab like, you know, like a starfighter pilot, and you would act like you were flying an X-wing and taking out X-wings and then or TIE fighters, and you would go dive into the trench. It was awesome.
Did you ever play that one, Jill?
Fun. No, I've never played. Actually, I have never even played any vector graphics game. I've seen people play it on videos before, so I do know what they look like.
If you don't mind, I could do a Mark D with a C.
Oh, sure.
Goggle thing here. And you can see, I think this is what you were talking about, where you sit in it and you play that way, right? Or did you play the stand-up cabinet? He's on mute.
I think he was saying that he sat down.
Yeah. So
no, I sat down, but there could have been 2 different versions of it. I don't know.
Okay. So on the stand-up cabinet, that's the one I played, and that's actually a yoke that you can see there on the left, and it goes left and right, and then like you twist it forward and back to control the y-axis.
Can you make the picture bigger?
That's as big as I can make it there.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find another one. This one may.
Yeah, no.
Help.
That the one that's 1, 2, 3 down. That's the one. That's the graphics that I remember.
Okay. Yeah. So this is what it's like to play it, and this is the control. If it's updating, I'm not seeing it update.
But there's a sit-down version of that, and that's the one I used to play all the time when I was in college. And it was like 25 cents. And I would go in there and I would like get like $20 worth of that one on the middle and the bottom. Mm-hmm. And I would go in there with like $20 worth of quarters just to play that. And because I'd have to work like 10 o'clock to 3 in the morning, and because everybody was out drinking.
Right.
And so I'd be out there and I just play that game all the time.
Yeah, this cabinet is selling for $6,000, so it is definitely a collector's item now. Because this is not even in good shape.
Yeah, I used to play it. Yeah, no, I used to play it in an arcade back when I was living in Arizona in Phoenix. We had our Paradise Valley Mall, and that was one of the premier games inside the arcade. So I played that,
and it was
cool.
And it was weird because back in like frick, it was like 96, 97, 98, and they had like Mortal Kombat. They had all these different games with better graphics. And the one that I would always go to was the one with the shitty graphics, the Star Wars one, because it was just fun.
Yeah, and
It
so
looks like a lot
Yeah.
of fun. Look at those
It was
graphics.
fun.
That looks great.
and Jill, it you're definitely flying an X-wing, and then you have like your TIE fighters, but then like your proton torpedoes and stuff are like these red or purple, depending on if they're shooting at you or you shooting at them. And I think this is incoming if it's red. But and then I'm trying to find.
Yes.
There's a certain phase here where you, and it's kind of hard to see because of the way that it moves. Things kind of have a way of just popping up in your. The draw distance is not super large, so these are like the turbo laser batteries, the turrets that you would have when like the Y-wings were starting their run on the original Death Star, and then eventually you get down into these scenarios where the trench kind of starts off like this, and then you eventually get more enemies that pop up on the sides, and then the longer you play, you get kind of these obstacles that you have to kind of fly up and down and around, and it gets quite difficult.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It was vector graphics were a really cool way back then to simulate three-dimensional graphics before true 3D came out.
Right.
Well, and prior to diving into the trench, you were, at least this is what my memory tells me. Correct me if I'm wrong, brother.
Mm-hmm.
But when you were playing, like before you dove into the trench, I think there was a timer. You were doing essentially 3D air-to-air combat, and I was a cadet, Air Force cadet at the time, and that kind of stuff really, really interested me because I enjoyed it, and so I'd sit there and I would play that game all the time, and it was like I don't care about the bad graphics. I just like the whole idea of being 3D, because if you played Mortal Kombat, it was essentially 2D, greater graphics, but it's you're playing 2D essentially.
Oh sure.
And that was like, and I was amazed that they hadn't come up with something.
Padre, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Padre, I didn't know you were in the U.S. Air Force. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was.
I didn't know you were in the U.S. Air Force.
Yeah, I'm a retired lieutenant colonel.
Well, thank you for your
fly
service.
over in Colorado Springs? Yes, we appreciate your service for sure.
Yeah, dude. Like,
did you fly over in Colorado Springs?
I've been to Colorado. I've been to NORAD. I've been to all the like Cheyenne Mountain. I've been to all the secret squirrel spots.
So, how impressive is the Stargate in person?
So, I have a story. With Jill's permission, I will tell the story.
You may.
Okay.
You may. Today has
Go
been
ahead.
thrown all out of whack for me. It's totally fine.
It's
Go for
wacky.
it.
It's
Please
just
tell
like,
me.
whoosh, ah!
Uh-huh.
Okay. Go
So I go to Colorado Springs, right, for this conference.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go there several times, and I won't go into details because you don't care. But I ended up getting a free tour in the Cheyenne Mountain, right? And I'm with this guy who worked at the Pentagon, and he became my boss. Well, him and I had a conversation about ballistic missiles when we were in Korea, and he didn't know it, but I knew it. And so him and I, eventually became friends. And what was interesting is we basically got ourselves like a full briefed, like full up, like you get to see everything in this mountain. And we go into one of the rooms, and they're like, you know how they talk about there's aliens in Cheyenne Mountain? They're like, yeah, well, here's the alien. And it's a jar of formaldehyde, and we're talking like a good 2-3 gallon glass jar, formaldehyde, and there's a stuffed alien inside of it. And so I get briefed, they're like, yeah, so one of the full bird colonels, right when he retired, his wife knew a mortician, so she got a bunch of formaldehyde, poured it into a jar, got an alien, put it in there, and they went into the room where they do a bunch of their work. and the work is basically NORAD type stuff. So like
Yeah.
watching the weather balloons type stuff. And so they were like,
Hey, Padre.
hey, now you
Oh,
can
sorry.
say that you have an alien in Cheyenne Mountain for real. And it was a stuffed alien in case.
That's great. In real formaldehyde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the
Hey,
story.
Padre, I had a question. Padre, I had
Yeah.
a really honest question here. Okay, so I believe we all remember the 1982 film War Games, right, with Matthew Broderick and Ali
Right.
Sheedy. Okay, so be honest with me. If you're not allowed to reveal any dire secrets, don't have to. I'm not going to poke you or anything. But what I am asking is, does the War Games movie representation of NORAD, like the inside, all the computer banks and everything, does that come pretty close to what it is like inside
It's been a while since
the
I've
War
seen
Games
that
movie?
movie, and I would say no. And
Uh-huh.
the reason I say that is basically you got to remember that's 1980s, and they've updated the computer systems from that to when I went there. What was it?
Oh,
It
of
was like
course.
2000, 14, 2013. So they've updated it,
Of course.
It's just a bit.
and the whole thing with
I just thought they might have used. Yeah, I just thought back then they might have used a source. They had had a technical consultant, obviously, that could only reveal only so much inside the mountain. To avoid the Russians getting a hold of technology or seeing, where all the computer banks are and where they fire the missiles and everything like that. So.
let me think of how to answer this. The whole missile, push button, get banana, push button being launch missiles.
Of
That
course.
I don't believe ever existed in NORAD. At least not to my knowledge.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
we no one wants that capability from one spot. And so I don't, from my knowledge, it never existed. So that's Hollywood.
But you're also
all
siloed in the
just your
military, right?
imagination.
Not everybody knows everything, even on a base.
Oh no, it's dude, there's certain, here's the deal. When you start talking like NORAD or like a lot of your military stuff, everybody thinks that there's this magic shit that happens behind the curtain. And there's like, my dad said, this is military grade quality once. And then I looked at my dad and I started laughing. And I go, you know what military quality is in the military, right? It's the lowest bidder that provided that shit.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, it's not as high tech as you think it is. On other hand, there's some pretty cool things that we can do, and our adversaries don't need to know that, because if push comes to shove and we need to tell somebody to knock it off and we need to make the bad man go away, we want those capabilities and we don't want to show our hand ahead of time.
Kind of like UFO, right? Yeah, we can bring it back, Joe.
Oh yeah, that's true. I could definitely. And Franco Walker says he'd be surprised if he updated it. But I do have some chat I didn't read that I want to read. Reed Bavell said, I had dinner with William Wyndham at a convention once. The textbook definition of irascible old man.
Irascible old man.
J.G. Kirk says, the Kazon Ugla. Oh, I don't remember how to
The
pronounce
Ogla and the Relora clans have
Relora.
taken
Ogla and the
offense.
Relora clan.
Because you
Yeah.
said they looked like Dragon Ball Z characters before I joined. So it was a deep Voyager reference to two of the other clans anyway. So,
Hey, JT
That's
Kirk,
right.
Hey, JT Kirk, I could go even further and tell you that the Kazon in the Voyager in the Delta Quadrant are the wussies of the Klingons.
oh yeah.
And I can
wanna
back you
know-
up on that, and I can tell you that, and I can
I'm in-
say that's exactly what I took them as. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in
Definitely.
season 7 right now,
ahead,
and I
go
just
ahead.
finished watching Prophecy, which is the episode where that old
Yes.
D7, they blow it up, and because they think the Kuvamach is on Voyager, all that. I want to know how that K7 would fare against the Kazon. I would be really interested to see.
Well,
those
how
two
many
ships battle.
Kazon? I'm betting on the Klingon ship every time.
Yeah,
been
well,
on the
I don't even know what you want to
every
call
time.
the bigger ships that the Kazon had. I don't know. I call them like the walnuts or whatever. They're those ugly,
Yeah, the
just
walnuts.
I don't
Yeah.
know. You know what I'm talking about? The bigger ships. Yeah,
Yes.
because Voyager was getting
Yes,
its butt
you do.
kicked,
Oh yeah.
but with a cloak, I think the Klingons had a chance anyway.
Well, if the Ferengi can take over the Enterprise in a D7, then
True.
anybody piloting the D7 can take out the Klingons.
Yeah, but to be fair, you had
Oh, I wanted to be fair, but I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, but the Kazon's like the Hatfield and McCoys taking on like the Italian
get hold of
mafia.
Star Trek movies.
I mean,
True.
seriously, like if you get a bunch of rednecks together, yeah, they can take down the rich kid that has like all the cool toys just from numbers alone. But if they're going to go against like the Klingons, and they don't have like the moral limitations like the Federation does, the Klingons are going to win hands down every time. They got no problem killing every single one of them just for fun.
Didn't 7 of 9 say the Kazon were unfit for assimilation? Something like that. And the Klingons are definitely prized attack drones. So if you're going from Borg references, I guess that that too.
That's a fair point. That's a really great in-universe dig at their own species.
I'll give you guys a cool Easter egg, okay? If you watch First Contact, there is a point there, and I just recently found this out. There's a point there where you go down the hallway, you see one Klingon drone, a Romulan drone, a Ferengi drone, and a Federation drone, all in a line, like just down the hallway of one of the Borg craft. I think it was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. Like every one of them was represented, all the races.
I thought this was going to be like a Klingon, a Romulan, in a Federation drone walk into a bar. Joke. I thought that's where this
and a
was
Ferengi.
going. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, and a Ferengi, but I mean, like it was the funniest thing. I never noticed it before, and I owned First Contact, so I was like, "That's interesting." Like they had every race represent. It's an Easter egg, and I was like, "Wow, okay."
That's
I just
a really
never
good
noticed
one.
that before.
I haven't discussed that movie here before, so if I do, I'll have to remember to look for that. Thank you, Mikey.
Yeah, we'll have to look for that. It's it goes really quickly, but you might miss it. But yeah, you have to see it. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I always get a kick when they start talking about like the different species, right? Whether it's like fantasy, dwarves, elves, whatever. But when they start,
okay.
But just hear me out. So they transfer it to like sci-fi, right? So your Romulans are the guys the elves that basically they do a lot of dirty shit. Your Klingons are orcs, so they're your warrior race. Your frickin' Ferengis, those dudes are like the dudes that are like managing all the money and doing all the dirty like drug deals that are probably illegal. But when you start talking to humanity, they're like kind of like the jack of all trades. They're all those things, but they're also the species that kind of interacts with all the different species and tries to make basically be like Rome and bring them into their own culture.
Exactly. That's what the Federation is.
Right. And so like when we start talking like a lot of like especially social constructs today, a lot of our stuff is based on Rome of trying to bring people in and quote unquote civilizing them. And what's interesting is like you see that in pulp culture now, and it's from a perspective, a historical perspective, you start looking at that and you're like, well, Federation's kind of like acting like Rome. And a lot of people don't realize that. And they're like, no, and Rome failed because they tried forcing civilization on other people. And so like America is basically trying not to do that, but they're doing it to a certain degree. And so that's what's interesting with like the whole Star Trek concept is the original series and the Next Generation before everything went dark and different, strange, is they were basically saying we've moved beyond Rome, we've moved to a better Rome, an
Well,
improved Rome.
yeah, that's why the Federation works, because they're one organization, but they allow all of their different worlds to have their own governments, and they still run their planets the way that, more or less, the way that they want to. There's just certain rules. Kind of more like America, really, than Rome.
I didn't want to hijack your channel, Jill.
But
I've always thought that was interesting.
that is interesting. I like it.
I like it too.
Raymond King Dolphin says Snoopy sends prayers to Snoopy, right? Because Raymond also has a dog named Snoopy. Dalek, yeah. Dalek 451 says
Yeah,
yes.
Dalek, we know. Trust me. I
Oh,
call her.
wait. Let me read what he says first.
Okay.
You Americans think we British all like lords and ladies. Believe me, we're not.
Dalek, I've seen some British folk in my, venture through Europe days back in college, and can confirm that not all British people
Annie,
are lords and ladies.
When I first met Annie, I started calling her Annie Dearest just to piss her off. And then it became like, I had to call her that because she'd get mad if I didn't, and hence internet wife. But what it was interesting is like, no, she is not a lady whatsoever. She's the kind of girl that like walks into a bar and something's about ready to go down. She starts taking her earrings out. And if anybody doesn't know what that means, when a girl starts taking her earrings out, it's so that nobody can yank the earrings and rip the lobes.
There's going to be a fight.
Yep.
A fight is on the horizon.
Yep. Yeah. And when you and that's the Geordie. Like they're like, oh no, we're gonna go down. They have no problem fighting whatsoever, and they put a lot of thought into it, and it's impressive. They would make a redneck blush from Alabama. No kidding.
And Dalek says, yeah, Geordies are from Newcastle, Brummies are from Birmingham, and Scousers are from Liverpool.
Thank you. I learned something.
Me too, but I don't know what. Franco Walker says, here in the UK, we have breakfast when we wake up, lunch and dinner at midday, and tea is evening meal, and supper before bed. Usually,
in the U.S., we have fourth meal. It's called Taco Bell. I don't recommend it.
We don't always eat Taco Bell. Right. We have breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then a midnight snack. That's what we have. And I guess sometimes the midnight snack is Taco Bell. I don't know. I don't eat a lot of Taco Bell myself because I got real Mexican restaurants here.
Yeah, it's branded fourth meal. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Oh, do they call it that themselves?
Yeah, they call it that themselves as fourth meal, just totally owning the reputation that Taco Bell has, being the 2 a.m. heading back from the pub mistake that you might make.
Yeah, well, I like Denny's in the middle of the night.
All of ours closed in my region, which is really sad, but we have enough diners like them anyway that are mom and pop shops that they're better.
Let's be honest, Waffle House after like 11 p.m. If you're drunk and you need a place to go in the South, there's always Waffle House open.
Right, that kind of place. I like those kind of places.
Yeah, we used to always have a Denny's too, Jill. We had this bar that was a place we used to.
Oh, well.
Mikey's.
I know Mikey's connection
he keeps going out of subspace range.
I know. Well, because he has to broadcast to us from the International Space Station.
And I guarantee you, by the time
Ariba Bell says, Jill, was it you who posted that pic of Benedict Cumberbatch's mom from UFO? Really recently? I think I retweeted somebody posting that. Yeah, because
Was that the purple-haired woman? Was that the purple-haired
no,
woman
actually,
from UFO?
in that picture, maybe she is. I'm not sure. Let me see. What's an Benedict
She's sitting
Cumberbatch's
at a
mom is
console
on
and she has
UFO,
purple hair. Yeah.
but I don't
I was
remember her
wondering if
with
that was
purple
her.
hair.
Well, there was a couple of women in that series that had purple hair, and they sat at their consoles and did stuff. So I don't know, but maybe that was one of them.
I don't think so.
Okay,
Okay, so
you would know better
Jill,
than
I'm
me.
sorry I gotta
You know.
interrupt
There you
here.
go.
I have to take off. So thank you very
Um,
much, Padre. It was nice to meet you. Mikey, it was nice to meet you as well.
oh, thank
Great
you
to
for
hear the
hanging out.
stories.
Oh, you too,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you for the
Yeah,
opportunity.
thank you for hanging out, JT.
Yep.
Have a good-
And
Yeah.
oh, thanks.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Padre.
Oh.
Take care, everyone in the
Oh,
chat as well.
do you have anything you need to share that you need to tell everybody?
No, I don't have a channel right now, but
Right.
I am on the Twitters. So if you look at Raquel or somebody, if you can't find me, Admiral Teague, I'm following them too. So, but it's JT Kirk on Twitter. So,
Sweet.
all right.
Okay.
Thanks,
See you
everyone.
around.
Cool.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, JT.
So
Okay,
Dalek
now,
451.
You're saying that.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
That's her.
No,
That
yeah, no.
is Benedict Cumberbatch's
Yeah, that is
mom.
her. Wow.
Right? She's so gorgeous.
Yeah.
You don't even know. I would never know
And
she's
she does-
his mom.
She's pretty.
And she doesn't have purple hair.
No, she has a purple shirt.
She has a purple shirt. That was Jerry Anderson, the man who created this.
Dalek
I
451
have seen
says,
episodes.
I'd like to join the panel if I can. Hopefully when I'm done eating. That would be great. And Dan Ben
That'd be
says,
great, yeah.
people can play video games on YouTube. Some people turn the music off to avoid copyright. Yes, I did consider that. I think I have on the longest journey, I have the music down really low and I haven't had a problem. I probably could make it a little bit higher, but I'm happy where it is. Franco Walker says there are thousands of Star Trek games on 8-bit computers. I had 8 different ones for my ZX Spectrum alone. Cool. And
Yeah.
Franco Walker says I played Star Trek on the ZX81, ZX Spectrum, PET, BIC 20, C64, TRS 80, and JR100. JR100. Wow! Look at all those names of
Hard
old
electrons.
computers.
Extremely old.
I
He's
know,
just
that's so
aged me
crazy.
by 20 years. Jesus.
Raymond says, "Thank you for your service to Padre."
And you to yours.
Absolutely.
USAF/ANG 7898.
ANG is Air National Guard, by the way.
Yeah, Air National Guard, right.
Oh. Great. And so those were the chats I had starred. Let's see where. Oh wait, no, I should have kept my stars. I messed up my stars. No.
I have a Taco Bell story if I need to fill space.
Taco Bell story. That sounds dangerous.
It's a good one. So there I was in Korea, right? That's the way you start any good story.
All right.
So I'm having to rewrite the missile defense plan for South Korea. And I have one person only. It's the space guy. And I need him to write the one thing that he needs to write, right? And he is task saturated, so he's super busy, and I can't get him to do it. And I sit him down in the chair and I say, I'm giving you a direct order, and I'm a major at the time and he's a captain, to write this portion of this fucking script so I can do my job. And he was like, well, I haven't had lunch yet. I will go get you lunch. So the HTAC, which is basically a big freaking bunker, is on a hill, and I have to walk about 100 yards down a hill to go get to the commissary, which is basically a big grocery / Walmart store, and they have a food court with Taco Bell. So I go there, and I go get
Oh, it sounds
buy
like university.
I buy a bunch of Taco Bell, right? So I buy a bunch of Taco Bell, and it takes me about 10-15 minutes. As I'm walking up the hill, I getting ready to go in through the turnstile, and I'm looking at the parking lot, and in the parking lot, there's a sheltered parking lot, and it has basically assigned parking. And it's like, if you're, a USAF general, USAF colonel, Korean general, blah, 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 they're all assigned. And it's not just any Korean USAF general. It's specific, like USAF general of the Air Force on the peninsula, like all this stuff. And I go there and I'm like, all the parking spots are filled. I don't think anything of it. I just notice it, right? And I go through and I come across this dude, and he's a weather guy, and he, hey sir, have you seen Colonel so and so? I can't seem to find him. I'm like, no, dude, I just came from the commissary. I bought some T-Bell. I'm getting ready to head to the ops floor. I haven't seen him. And so I go through and like I punch the code to go into my little office area, and I'm like walking by, and I'm starting to think about everything that I've seen. They can't find the colonel. There's a bunch of cars in the parking lot that's usually empty. And I don't even set my food down. I walk by my boss's office. He's a full bird colonel. And I go, hey, boss, have you seen Colonel so-and-so? And he's like, no. And I go, I think we have something going on. And we had been briefed that there was nothing that was going to be going on. And we thought that there might be. So I hightail it down to the sequence squirrel area, which is basically about 4 doors and different codes to get into. And no shit, like I find my space guy not sitting at the computer doing his work, because I looked for him on the way down. And I go down there and I find him, and they're like, hey, they just squirted off a missile. And that's a satellite.
Oh
And
my
no,
god, that's
Oh, wow.
crazy.
and I'm like, listen, and I'm listening,
That's
and I'm like
insane.
I'm watching all this shit go down in like real time, and I'm like, motherfucker. And like I hand the dude his tacos, and I go, I still want that report done. And I'm like watching this shit go down, and it was
I
just
guess once
good.
you let it go, there's really nothing you can do about it at that point.
Yeah, well, and that was the question. I was like, I was like, I was trying to, and I was in the moment, and I was like, because as a air battle manager, like when you're in those kind of situations, generally you can talk to somebody on a radio, and you can like, start mitigating the shit show. And I was like, there's nothing you can do here. And I'm like watching these guys like go through their shit, and I was like, holy crap. I'm like, you can't even make this crap up. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. And so Taco Bell led me to like a national security incident.
Oh, man.
That poor satellite. Or Raymond says he has to go take a nap to prepare for Friday Night Frolics tonight over at Overlord DVD's channel. So have a good nap, Raymond. Sleep well.
I was remembering an ad, Padre, from the ad that they used to do for the Air Force. They go, off we go into the wild blue yonder, off we go into the sun, off we go into the wild
Guy,
blue yonder. Here we come, having some fun. Nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force.
you got the lyrics slightly wrong, but yes, that's essentially
I'm
the song.
sorry. Okay.
They changed up the lyrics in the song. It's off we go in the wild blue yonder, and then off with one hell of a war. But apparently, hell of a was
Okay.
a
I
bad
knew
word.
I missed a few lyrics.
No. It's don't worry about it. no one cares. It's bottom line is what's interesting is there was a controversy, and the Air Force changed Helava out of it. Like while I was in service, and like we would sit there and sing the song, and about like
Yes.
2020, they 2018 they start changing the lyrics, and I kept saying Helava, and I was like, why did they change the lyric? And I'm like, oh, the woke crowd. This is part of the reason why I hate the woke crowd so much, and why I jumped onto like DC's channel, and I'm like throwing like money at him like hand over fist because I don't like the woke. I hate the woke. I don't think that you should tell anybody what they should and should not do. I don't care what you believe. If you're Muslim, be Muslim. If you're gay, be gay. You should not tell me what to do in kind. And so this whole like restricting the freedom of speech thing, I'm not a fan of. And so like what DC's doing and what Jill does, which is she advocates, Jill, correct me if I'm wrong, Jill advocates for the lore of the series in its originality. And that's, I like
Absolutely.
that. And if I am incorrect and I start talking about something that...
No, you're right. I'd like to celebrate the good storytelling that we used to have before the corporations have decided that they needed to inflict whatever kind of immorality they decided is the new normal. It's weird. And it's not fun.
No, it's not. And
it's not fun for anybody.
Nobody likes
doing it.
If I don't like what you have to say, guess what? I'm just going to ignore you. That's the way it used to work back in the 90s and the early thousands. Somehow we've gotten beyond that. And now we have people telling us what we should say. Well, no, that's communism and socialism. Not a fan, and I will push back hard. So
well, you could still sing that song, whatever song you guys were talking about, the way it was originally. And that's how you combat
the way it was original. Yeah.
But if he gets it wrong, I'm not going to get butthurt. I'm not going to. I'm saying, well,
exactly.
The lyrics aren't exactly correct, and there's one controversial lyric that, and I'm just going to inform. I'm not going to judge. By all means, brother, Mikey, continue to sing the song to your proud self. Not going to judge.
Yeah. If Scotty were here, he'd probably sing that song that the not Picard was singing in that one episode where there was an imposter Picard. I don't remember. He's done it before. You know where Picard says that back at the academy, we used to sing this song.
Yeah, right. I remember that too, and I laughed at that. I thought that was cute. Dan says there were a few Star Wars video games that included that old type of game, a bonus level or a cheat code. Yeah, well, but we never had that on the actual arcade game. Well, I'll just tell you real quick. There's only 3 games that I really played growing up. One was, like I said, I played the Star Wars in the arcades, but that was the arcade board. But I played GoldenEye and maybe got through half of it. And these are games I actually either were bought for me as a present for Christmas or for birthday. When I was married my first time, we got the game Doom and we played the game Doom all the way through. Finished it, everything was done. The second one I got was Mario World. Mario World, I played that by myself and I got that whole thing done. And my dad even was so proud of me. He went and took a video picture of it. Well, not a video, just a picture of me completing the game. and I mean, that's really all I played. I mean, that's what I did. Just growing up, I didn't have time for a lot of video games, but for the really good ones I wanted to play, that was it.
Yeah. Old Mario games, they're so classic that even my son goes back to play them on any virtual console he happens across.
Right, and he enjoys it, right? Jill, he enjoys
does.
it. I mean, yeah, they're good. The classic ones are always the best. I don't understand the newer ones that are out there or Minecraft or anything. I tell you, the older ones are still the best.
Oh, he'll play that too, though. He'll play the
Oh,
Minecraft and Super Mario
yeah,
Brothers.
of course. What does
Admiral
Teague
Teague
say?
says he says Captain Insaneway took us. Oh, Captain Janeway took us to the Delta Quadrant, and all I got were these lousy dime store Klingons. I think I added the lousy. And Frank Walker says he thinks that Janeway was the worst captain in Starfleet. Every decision she made was wrong. But to be fair, she wasn't really
You know,
with Starfleet. She was stuck way out in the middle of nowhere. She had to figure all this crap out by herself. And she still tried to kind of follow the virtues of Starfleet. But being so far away, she couldn't really consult
yeah,
anyone, and she couldn't report to anybody. And so it was the Wild West again for her.
yeah. Well, I don't think that's true. She made some good decisions.
Yeah, she made some
They
good
make it
decisions.
sound
She
like
made some. I need to rewatch
oh,
again to see just how bad the things she did were, because a lot of people do say that, and I don't want to dismiss it. Because I've
I
watched all of Star Trek, but I have only
yeah.
seen Voyager and Enterprise once, so I need to rewatch those.
There was a time that a friend of mine, when they first introduced Seven of Nine, I said, "Well, that sounds like a 7/9 of a beer pint or something." And somebody took my idea and said, "Oh, cool! That's what we'll call her from now on, 7/9." you know, Not like a 7 of 9. They call her like 7/9 or 6 of 10 or 5 of 8 or and they would just go 5/8, 6/10, 7/9. All this stuff. I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, no, it would be too on the nose for her to be 6 of 9. I think. I think. JT Kirk says,
She'd
I
probably
think by the
keep back a
time
drink every time.
I
Go
think by
ahead.
the time Q came along, she should have mated with him. Wait a minute, what? So that
Yeah,
the crew would have gotten home. Oh, you mean Janeway when he came? Okay, well,
yeah,
Q came
Janeway.
along, and he gave her a bunch of puppies because she
Yeah.
missed her
Well, the big
dog.
puppy, the huge, yeah, that was a Weimaraner dog that he gave her, the brown one, and I was like, yeah, okay, but that was also the episode where the girlfriend of Q was there too, and I was like, well, he can't do that, he would have got probably blasted out of existence by Lady Q, and I was like, okay, and then he had a Q son, in Q2. They could have taken the son could have taken them home. Hi, Dalek. How are you?
Yeah, hello, Dalek four
Welcome
five
to the
one.
chat.
JT Kirk in the chat says, "I oh wait, I read that one already." Donnie Pearson is here. Hey, Donnie. He
Hey,
also
Yeah.
Donnie.
says,
Hi,
Donnie
Donnie.
Pearson says, I'm looking forward to Fox's Stars on Mars, to be honest, but it's up to you. After all, not all reality shows are created equal. But you don't have to take my word for it. But I don't know. Aha! There are indeed 4 males in the United Kingdom. Here in the United States, there are 3, if I'm not mistaken. True.
That's true,
What?
unless you want to add late night snack.
What is this? King Dolphin TV with the food talk? Or it could be Mark D with the C's channel. He likes to talk about food too, and he makes incredible food for lots of people. And hello, welcome to the chat, Dalek. How have you been doing lately?
I got it. I got it just in time for that one.
You
The
did.
talk about Voyager. I mean,
Hmm.
I've been mostly okay this week, except for yesterday. Except for yesterday when I was a bit. So I suppose the word is yeah, I was a bit worried yesterday because you were watching. You were there, Jill, for Raymond's last stream with who was it again?
I don't know.
It was that last interview stream
I
you
don't know.
did.
Oh, okay. So let me see what that was. Let me find that.
And it was. I
Are
think
you,
it
are
was
you
on.
talking about Cat Spa?
It was on. It was
Was
the
it
one you
Cat
did.
Spa? The one she did recently?
It was the one you did.
No,
Tuesday,
not my channel.
It was the one you
Raymond's
did on.
channel.
It was the one you did on Tuesday night. Okay,
Oh,
I'll
hey,
just.
Raymond went up in
Huh.
subscribers a bit. That's awesome.
No, just.
Oh, he had Lenrod. Lenrod, was it
That's
Lenrod?
yeah. That's
Okay,
what it
so what
was,
happened
yeah.
on Lenrod,
Yeah.
Dalek?
I thought you were.
Oh, right. Okay, your mom. How's your mom? Is she doing
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah, I was worried about. I was a bit worried yesterday because yesterday my mom was in the hospital for her operation.
Right.
So.
It's just I'm getting
Oh
it mixed up because
no.
so many people so many things are happening. I think it's even Raymond's mom too is also in trouble.
But don't worry,
Yeah.
don't worry. She's all right. She's all right. The operation went fine.
Mhm.
And she was able to come home the same day. So she's all right. She's mostly all right.
Okay. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. That's good news. We need some good news today in this stream. I don't know why these things keep happening. Like a domino effect is going on.
And, I know, right? It's just relentless.
It is. You think you've heard
There's a
all the
lot of
bad
Chris-
news you could hear. It keeps happening.
Yeah, we
And,
just recently well, yeah, we just recently lost Tina Turner. Then I say
Oh, that's
another
true. I haven't
rock
mentioned that.
star
I haven't
died.
mentioned.
I'm sorry to say this, but I had no idea who she was. There's a lot of
Really?
yeah. I mean, yeah, no, never heard of her. Or if I had, it was very vague.
She did a. I'm sorry. I was just calling you out on that, Alec. It's okay. Don't feel offended.
I'd like to revisit the Janeway conversation for a second.
Oh, sure. Oh,
Yeah, sure.
So
Go ahead.
Voyager is by far my least favorite of the Star Trek, like original series, Next Generation, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, Enterprise. Voyager is my least favorite.
it's at the bottom of a lot of people's lists, but
But-
I still find some good things in it sometimes.
But that being said, dude, and you're talking to a guy that basically likes to wing shit like all the time. And I got told for my career, I was really good at winging shit, but not following procedure. You got Janeway basically winging shit. Like, she's doing the best she can, and she does a really, really good job. Like, if you talk Starfleet principles and what she tries to do, she holds that shit together, and she does a good job. Like, from a leadership perspective, or even just character development, story-wise, like, you can say what you want to, but when I look at Janeway, it's like, she's not, I will never say that Janeway was not a incapable leader. I thought her shit was tight with the situation that she was given, and she did the best she could, and she did a damn good job. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. A lesser captain could have
Damn it!
degenerated
Sorry.
and just said, "Well, I don't have to report to Starfleet, so why do I have to follow any of these rules? I'll just do what I want to survive out here." But she still held herself up to a standard.
I just every time that I would watch it, and at the time I put Voyager, and this is me in college. I put Voyager above Deep Space Nine. I don't do that now, but I would look at her and I would be like, she's doing a damn good job. I mean, I agree with everything that she's doing and some of the decisions. I was like, no, but I am willing to say that 90% of the time she makes the right call. And so that's the reason why I say that. So I kind of take umbrage to throwing her over the barrel when I don't think she deserves it, if that makes sense.
I still say that the best decision she ever made, and I'll say this right away, the caretaker thing was the best decision at the time that she did that got them trapped. But if you look at the overall reason why she did it, it had to be the right reason. It had to be the right way to do it. But, the best thing that she possibly ever did, not only to bring 709 to the fold and, give her humanity back, but also the fact that she was able to take her future self and they found a way to beat the board. And they could use that in future encounters with them, and the Federation would never suffer again because of what Janeway did to the entire network. Their trans
Okay.
warp networks and everything. So that was cool. You know, I admired it for that. I loved the series for that.
And Snail Messiah says ideals and honor is all good, right? Till shit really hits the fan like it did for Voyager. And so
Yeah,
then
that's true. Yeah,
Donnie Pearson wanted to say rest in peace to Ed Ames. I have loved and still do love his music.
Ed Ames died, honey. 95. Ed Ames, country music.
And Snow Messiah says, hot take here. I think all woke was part of us evolving. It may be a pain, but the wisdom of everything reaches an equilibrium and will be substantial. It just sucks right now. And if this was a natural progression of society growing and evolving, that would be a wonderful, beautiful thing. But this is very manufactured, artificial, and it's corporate kind of psychology that is trying to twist humanity in a way that's just not right because they're using. I hear that what they're doing is they're withholding loans unless the companies follow their whatever rules they want to set forth, instead of allowing true emotional societal progression of in Star Trek, you would call it infinite diversity and infinite combinations, which is what we want. That would be wonderful if this was only about diversity, because that's a really lovely, great thing to have. But that would mean everybody being equal. Woke doesn't have everybody being equal. It woke is a methodology for actually causing racism itself. And it's so I don't see why it's such a fun thing for people, but that the corporations want their loans, so they follow along.
The one thing that I'll have to say is when I was in college, I would say, God damn it. And obviously, I like to cuss. Being in the military, I'm brutally, really good at cussing. And I would get these people come up to me and they would say, hey, I don't want you to say that around me anymore. And I'm like, hey, dude, freedom of speech. I get to say whatever I goddamn want to. And they're like, well, we can't be friends. I'm like, okay, well, sorry. I think that's a bad choice. Right?
Yeah, that's how it should work. People should
Right.
have the freedom of speech, and then when everybody realizes that particular kind of, like, if somebody's being prejudiced, then they'll be shut out. They'll be shut out by their friends, and they'll see the error of their ways that way. That kind of thing is natural. And if a business is prejudiced or something, people will just stop going there. The business will shut down.
And what
And
happens is
that's how things should work.
What happens is now they've taken your viewpoint, Jill, and if you say something they disagree with, they're like, well, actions have consequences. Well, you're not saying the right things I want to. Well, I'm going to make you pay by making your company go bankrupt. And I'm like, well, if you go down that path, and Budweiser's learning this lesson the hard way, you're going to lose money because that axe swings both ways, not just one. And that's what a
Sure.
lot of people don't realize. And what frustrates me is if I hear an idiot, I just don't listen to the idiot and I move on with my life, right?
That's fair enough.
If you get one person that says, and I'm a Republican, I'll admit that out loud, I'm a moderate Republican, grew up as a Democrat. If I know, hold on a second. If I say something that nobody agrees with, what they do is they start getting all these other people like, hey, we need to put this person in the corner, and we need to make a concentration effort not to listen to him. And that's good to a point. But at the end of the day, if nobody's listening to me and everybody's ignoring what I say and you don't agree with it, I'm eventually going to shut up on my own. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. Instead, they're trying to shut people up and force them not to say the things that they believe. And they're trying to force a viewpoint on you. Just like in the 80s when people were trying to force a religion on you. And it irritated me then.
Exactly.
Irritates me now. I'm not trying to, if I tell you about my faith or my political stance, it's not, and I swear to God, it's not me trying to push that on you. I'm simply saying this is where I stand. That's it. And if you don't believe it, and the dude that was sighing, totally agree. The only reason I bring that up is it's a point that needs to be made. Is like, you can make your point. You cross the line when you start trying to force your views on someone else.
Yes, and then they bring
That's
that
absolutely
into
true.
the television shows, and it just makes things not fun.
Nobody likes it. Nobody likes being told.
And Scotty
Yeah,
R37 is in the
go
chat.
ahead.
He says, I had a bad bout of proving my opinion. I was an a-hole. Padre speaks a truth that took a tantrum for me to understand. Thank you, Scotty.
Thank you, Scotty.
And that's true. So
and again,
being able to handle other people's opinions is a good thing.
Sorry, Jill. I wasn't trying to make a political discussion. I was trying to
No,
make a
you
point.
didn't. You did a very good job of not taking it down too much into the politics. You kept it pretty nonpartisan the way you worded it. I'm sorry, Mikey, what did you have?
Yeah, you did a great job of not making.
So, and Captain Infinity says, "Oh, hello. Political discussion. Oh, I thought he said. Oh, I meant to read. Opinions aren't facts, Scotty. Yeah, exactly. They're not. And, okay, here, take this. Sorry.
That's okay.
And Snow Messiah says, I'm just trying to find the wisdom in what is currently going on, and this is my best offer. Oh, wait. Oh, Snow Messiah has a lot of things to say. Hold on. Okay. Then.
He has a lot to say. Yeah.
Well, it's a good point. He makes a good point.
As most change is artificial, someone has an idea and 10 more want to play along. Okay. Yeesh. Yeah, that's true. Just like Third Reich. Okay. That is.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, some ideas can lead to destruction. It's true. It's a fact. A lot of woke is about setting boundaries, which haven't been done in the name of keeping an open mind. But the mid was so open that the brain fell out, just like the rest of history. And then he says, again, it's like the rest of the history, but if you have any power. Yeah, somebody's brain fell out. I think I agree with that. You will keep on to it the hardest you can. And woke is the mind virus that helps with that.
The thing that I want to bring up is Avatar, right? And I've said this on a couple shows. I don't like Avatar because when I watched the first one, I won't watch the second one. I thought it was anti-military. Cameron came out and said, hey, it was a anti-Bush message, right? okay, but I got the anti-military thing and Vietnam, the way they treated the vets. I have a problem with that. Rod Thunderheart says he really likes the movie. And if you listen to Rod Thunderheart, you can figure out pretty quickly that he's a Canadian Indigenous people. Well, who do they not like because they got stomped down? Military people. And so from his perspective, he likes the movie because it's the man putting the Indigenous people down, and Indigenous people standing up for themselves. And my 2 cents is I don't disagree with anything that Rod's saying. He's saying a lot of good things and correct things. We have a difference of opinion, but I respect his opinion and I want to hear his opinion and I respect it. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. And also I understand more than most people realize. And I can go into that, but that's a different conversation. But that's the deal. And so, like, you can have 2 different opinions in regards to pulp culture, in regards to historical context, and you can kind of understand where people are coming from. But that doesn't mean that that Padre and Rod Thunderheart can't be friends. Who knows? We can meet in real life and we may be best of friends. We may like to go fish and hunt together. That's my point.
Yeah, that is a really good point. And both of those perspectives are absolutely valid in terms of your own life views and viewpoints and everything. But I do have to step away for just a minute. There's an emergency with my child, so I'll be right back.
Okay, I got it. Dalek, what are you wearing? Tell me it's Gucci.
I read this from Scotty.
I am on the mobile. Me and Snoop are listening. He won't super chat because he is stingy. He is a stingy canine. Well, we don't like Snoopy, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Dalek, what are you wearing? So it's just me talking. I am talking to myself.
Why is that your business?
I just want to ask an awkward question, so you have to give me an awkward answer.
Well, I suppose I could say, as a Dalek, really nothing because we don't need clothes.
Where are you from, man? I'm from Idaho. Where are you from?
You
can be vague.
Oh, hey, Scotty's here. What?
Hey, Scotty.
Hey, Scotty. I was just thinking of putting the episode on. I had.
What was asked a question?
Okay.
You know, I thought everyone knew where I was from, Padre. I'm from the UK. I'm from England.
Huh? What part?
The South? Is it like Southern England? Because you don't have a northern accent based on the Ninth Doctor.
No. I've told this so many times. I've said this so many times. I'm from the Northwest.
Oh, you are from the Northwest. You are a Northern Doctor, Dalek.
Yes.
I don't write this down. Hey guys, I came inside. Snoopy just needed to be inside, and thank you so much. I apologize. And also, I would like to say that I am not milking this. I just wanted to hang out with friends. I apologize if it seems like I'm capitalizing on the mortality of a pet.
I don't know why I don't have the local accent of where I live. I have no idea.
But Dalek, I don't know. Like as a person from England, you would know the regional accents much better than I would as an idiot Canadian.
Because like the corner of the little corner of England where I live, the little I guess I could say little peninsula of England where I lived was they usually. They use the local accent would be more kind of like this, you know.
I've heard that before.
Something like This. But I
Crikey,
don't. But I
governor.
don't talk it. I don't talk like that. I don't know why.
Diddly diddly dee potatoes.
Well,
think
I
it-
wouldn't know the difference anyway,
I
Dalek.
think it's. I think it might. I
No.
think it might be because. I think it might be because I've watched a lot of American cartoons as a kid. I don't
Sure.
know.
It could
Well,
be.
but
Oh,
you-
I heard that Peppa Pig is giving a lot of American children a British accent.
No way.
good for Peppa.
Oh God, no. Oh God, no. They're
Hey.
getting there from Peppa Pig. No.
Why not? Why is it a bad thing?
I didn't know you were going
Because
to be.
I hate Peppa Pig. I
You
hate Peppa
hate?
Pig.
Do you eat pork?
Well, no, it's because
Yes.
Peppa's kind of a
Okay.
brat.
Peppa
right.
Pig is a
I've
Peppa
never
Pig.
heard such an emotional reaction.
She
Peppa
kind of just
Pig
does what
is
she
this-
wants.
Is this
Like-
Peppa Pig is this pandering little dumbed down little baby show as you can get.
Yeah, it is. It's a baby show, definitely.
Tell me about Pingu.
Well, if you,
Oh,
well,
Is Peppa Pig worse than Pingu?
no.
I don't even know what that
Well,
is. What's Pingu?
Pingu? Oh,
You
you,
don't know.
gotta Google
You don't know what.
Pingu.
You don't know what
Do I?
You don't know what Pingu is, Jill.
Holy crap! I didn't know I was gonna start a Pingu war.
Pingu is a penguin, a little claymation penguin.
Oh, okay, that's sweet. I like Wallace and Gromit.
Oh yeah,
claymation.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. I love Wallace and Gromit too. They're great, Wallace and Gromit.
Hello,
So-
Scott. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad to see you again, Scotty. I hope
It's
everything's
fun.
going well. I know no, it's not. Nothing's going good. But I'm glad you're here. Snow Messiah says I'll drink
Oh,
mead
thank
with
you.
woke and anti-woke as long as they're good people. And usually in real life people are not like what the corporations are pouring at us. So everybody's cool usually. Gap After
Yeah.
Dark says hello.
Hi, Gap.
Oh, Franco Walker says he loves Pingu. I'm glad to hear that.
I'll have to show it to my kids later.
Well, it's one of the reasons why I like hopping
make
in
sure-
on the Jill's show, is
Well, make
especially when
sure-
she starts talking Star Trek, is she's smarter on the lore than I am. And like, I am a
Let me tell-
normie, I think is what you guys call us. And I know more than most,
Are
but
the what in Doctor Who?
not Doctor Who. I'm like a preschooler with Doctor Who. But when it comes to Star Trek, like I listen to Jill and
The hell are the
I
Grinches?
know
Grinchies or
when I'm
Grinches.
getting owned on knowledge and lore. She knows her shit.
I do a lot of research for those shows, so I might sound more knowledgeable than I really am.
Well-
Okay, so Mikey, you're sounding a little bit yeah, was that Mikey? Yes, that's Mikey. So sorry to have to meet you, Mikey, but that was grating deep into my soul and my brain was falling apart. So I had to mute
All
it.
right, so I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't know what that was.
Okay,
but
okay, you're
it
just taking the mic now, aren't you? Gap After Dark.
yeah,
You're
he is.
taking the mic.
He's kind of trolling me. Is England a country, Dalek 45? Okay, wait. I don't know if it's too late to start my UFO review, but I'm gonna try.
I was hoping you were going to talk about that, Jill, because that's, especially since the Jerry Anderson show. Because this week I've actually been rewatching I've been rewatching Thunderbirds.
Oh, cool. Well, right now I am going over UFO, and Scotty R37 actually watched this episode with me last night, and he had a unique take on this episode. I thought it was fantastic. He thought it was boring. And in the vein of that, I've gathered slides from the theme song of the show, because the theme song shows you all of the things that are normally in a UFO show that do not appear in this episode. So that's the alien with the green skin, because it has to live in liquid, because it's not in its normal environment. And these are all the things that are normally in a UFO show that do not appear in this episode, because this episode is a court-martial trial. So normally we have the satellites. So normally UFO, the shadow organization, has to deploy a variety of tactics to keep the Earth safe from this methodical alien invasion. They need the submarines, the satellites, mobile units, moon base.
You're describing the best part of the episode, which is the opening credits.
I am. That was my whole point of showing this, with the mobile units and the moon base with the
There's the purple hair.
scientists.
Purple hair.
Yeah, these are the scientists with the purple hair, the computers, lots of different
Oh
computers
yeah.
with the
Yeah.
blinky lights.
Hey, can we back up to the blinky lights for a second? So
Okay.
on the AWACS, everybody likes to, think it's like super advanced. These kind of lights actually exist, but they have names on them. And basically, whenever they lighten up, it's basically push button, make bad men go away. And what's interesting is when you start talking to technology from like the original series in UFO to like Discovery or Next Generation or whatever, it changes. And what's interesting is like this is actually how technology looks like from 1970s technology that hasn't changed over yet. Now it's in the process of changing over with my
Just
airframe.
now? Wow.
Yep. And so that's what's interesting about this from a completely scientific like operations standpoint. Padre
Right.
out.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
That's really cool to know that this technology was so good. They're still sort of using it now. But they're finally updating. That's really neat. And then they also have these interceptor crafts and the men that pilot them. And in this episode, here's the intercept. In this episode, we get none of that because Colonel
None.
Foster. And that's a UFO blowing up. That's what you usually get with UFO.
Kaboom.
This episode doesn't have a UFO at all.
No,
all-
it clearly defines the shadow organization.
We get, because Colonel Foster is in trouble. He's accused, and the offense is that he knowingly and freely leaked vital shadow information.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's good advice as well. Thank you for announcing the medical emergency. Yeah, I am not like I'm not. This is the second full episode of UFO that I've seen.
I know you keep watching the outlier episodes that aren't typical of UFO, so you still really don't know what the show's about.
Nope. I've seen
Well-
Straker's child killed, and I've seen a member of Shadow be put on trial for leaking
and
to
almost
the
being
press.
charged with the death penalty. Actually, he is
Yeah.
charged
Yeah.
with the death penalty. He's set to be executed next month.
Hey Jill.
Also,
may I-
Ed Straker is a dick.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, well he's very cold
Yeah,
and calculating.
yeah.
And
Jill,
And
I
Alec
just wanted
is
to interrupt for a second.
sure.
Sorry. I just wanted to interrupt for a second. I just want to let you know that when I watch UFO, I also used to watch Space 1999. And I thought one of the greatest things about both shows is that, just like Star Trek, the lights, the buttons, everything, fully functional. Everything
Totally.
could work in a normal society like ours with technology and stuff. Everything was working. Everything was functional. That was the best part about the British series that Jerry Anderson brought together and everything, is that it's fully functional. You could do anything you want with it. That was the
It's
best
very
part.
tangible. I agree that you could believe it, that this stuff was real, and that's why a lot of people who played on Star Trek had actual motions that they would do with those buttons to make them feel as if they were really piloting the ship or
And just-
doing whatever thing.
Well, and also Ed Straker has 2 offices.
That's right. And so the best part of watching this episode was when Scotty saw this scene right here where Straker's in his office, also doubles as an elevator to get back up from Shadow headquarters to the film studio floor. You were shocked.
I was shocked because he left one office to go to another office, and I was like, "How procedural is this episode going to be?" And I was like, "Oh wait." So
And that's a fun part. And you learn that they put that in the first episode to teach you about it, but then you just see it happen as if it's nothing. Like, I'm just going up the elevator. Mm,
well,
Yeah.
we had just watched an episode of Quantum Leap where it was an obvious editing gaffe that there was no transitional scene of Sam traveling from one building to another. And then to watch this immediately afterwards and be like, no, for real, they meant it this time.
mhm.
To be fair, though, I've seen like general officers have like several. Cheyenne Mountain's a
Mm.
great example, right?
And I'm
Sure.
in, and I'm in,
So
and I'm in.
you got a general that's in one office, but like wartime happens, he transitions. He figuratively takes one hat off, puts another hat on, and he literally walks to a different, or he's shepherd to a different office.
Sure.
And there's different things there. So that's not unrealistic.
Well, no, and fair enough. And in Encounter at Farpoint, literally they go from the bridge to the battle bridge, so they're obviously on a different job. So that's 2 offices, 2 bridges.
Yeah. And here, Straker.
It was just shocking
yeah.
at the time. I'm sorry.
It was shocking for you, but I do love the real world correlation to that. But
See, the weird
being
thing is,
someone
who's
who's
the
just-
guy who's charged?
his name is Foster.
So
Colonel
Foster also works undercover at this film studio.
Yes, that's right. So he also does film stuff. All the people who work for Shadow also have a second job, sometimes having to deal with the film studio cover business.
Are they in charge of
Cover
propaganda?
business, yeah.
Do they do
No,
shadow
he's in
stuff
charge.
through the studio?
No, they're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to, but do
Yeah.
they?
Well, he's
No, I don't think so.
Have you ever seen a movie made by Shadow?
Okay, well, you're already getting to the end here. The thing is that Foster, the whole reason why he gets exonerated is that he brought his work home with him, and that was his issue. He shouldn't have done that. But it wasn't anything to do with the actual film studio. It was just incidental to it. It just happened to be that there was some film industry stuff that was going to be leaked. And yeah, no, it's all explained in the episode.
No, I know, but it seems very low level because, spoilers for the episode, there are no aliens or any outside threats during this episode. This is all just internal machinations.
And
based on, like, basically, Foster messed up.
He messed up, yeah. He talked about Shadow stuff at home. He should keep it at work.
Because I was totally on board with Foster until Straker was sitting there and says, you know what? As a man, I prefer to keep those opinions to myself. I will not vouch for this man.
But he
As
does.
an employee of Shadow, he is exceptional and incredible, and he sings the praises. But
okay, I understand why. I understand why he does that, though. He does that because he doesn't want his objectivity to be questioned, because he is friendly with Foster.
Yeah. But I've seen some courtroom dramas in science fiction that I liked better, and all of them involved Kirk and Spock. So
yeah,
there is a level of personal connection that I do enjoy in my protagonists, and when one flat out says, "You know what? My emotions are my own," like that is,
but in private,
time
but
to an nth
okay,
degree.
so but when they're in the trial, he does that. But when they're in his office and he's just talking to Foster, he tells him, "My gut tells me you didn't do this." That was him saying,
Yeah, but you know what? It's all fun and games to
Giving
be
him
friends
support.
with people behind closed doors. But like, if you say publicly, it's like, I disavow everything about this man in my person. I plead the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah,
I
he
will
did
not.
kind of
I
do
will
that.
not emotionally refer to this man, but as an object, as a function of shadow, tip top.
Eisenhower did that though
Well,
during the
I never
Cuban
met.
Missile
Sure.
during the Cuban Missile Crisis. JFK brought Eisenhower and a bunch of ex-presidents into the Oval Office, and he was like, "Hey, this is what's going on." And Eisenhower ripped JFK a new asshole, and he was like, "Dude, you know how during the campaign you said X, Y, and Z? Well, now X, Y, and Z is happening because you were a dumbass. Now, all of us are going to tell you that you're a dumbass." I think Truman was in the room, and he goes, "When we go out and we're going to speak to the the press, like 2 doors down, we're going to say we support you wholeheartedly, but just understand that you fucked up and you made a mistake."
So that's what you think Straker is saying.
Well, I have yet to see the episode. What I'm telling
Oh.
you is those kind of conversations actually do happen.
Well,
I've had
then
those
it's
conversations.
makes sense, yo.
Yeah,
Padre
because
out.
there's a separation between professionalism and your friendship with that person.
Yeah, but I'm used to Kirk going like, because he's my friend, of course. Like I
Yeah,
like
true.
that. I like that. It's a little bit more emotional, and I understand how
But
the
maybe
stoicism works for other people.
I don't know. Well, they really didn't. I really don't know how much of a friend Ed is with Foster. He's more friends with Alec.
So then cut him loose.
Anyway,
the guy-
well, no, but
if
he
they're
liked
not
him
cut
as
him loose.
friends. No, but I'm just saying, like, if that, I never even considered that. Again, this is the second episode of the show I've ever seen, so I thought these guys were close.
just
I thought
because people aren't friends doesn't mean they won't defend them because they're coworkers, because they mean something important to an organization
to the
that
function of
is
the
trying to
organization.
save
But Foster,
Right.
Earth.
but Foster is reliable. Okay, he's always been reliable to the organization at large. I mean, I've seen a lot of episodes to know this, but the thing is, when you know, he considers him his best resource, you know, obviously, and then when he sees that Foster has, well, they say that he's betrayed the organization, he's betrayed the country, uh, you know, then he has a difficult. His boss, has a difficult time understanding. Well, he wouldn't do this because I consider him a reliable asset. He's valuable. We need him. This makes no sense. You can't get rid of this guy. And
Yeah,
he's
but it
torn
seems
because
utilitarian.
Well, yes, the entire
Well-
episode, I know that Foster didn't do it. I don't think that they did a good job about trying to convince me that he might have done something. I knew someone else had to have been responsible. And Straker first realizes someone is bugging him, and that someone, of course, is Shadow itself, but the one at the International Astrophysical Commission. Henderson and Jackson. This is Henderson, and then that's Henderson.
He's pleasant.
Yeah, they had to squash a report about skydiver getting
Right.
with a supply ship.
So
And
yeah.
Yeah.
So Shadow interfered with actual factual policing and monitoring of the state of the planet, and it was like, damn it, McGarnacle, we had to stage something to make sure that this jived with the press and the police. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, because they got the
So they're in
exact
control of
position and
everything.
time. Right.
Like,
So
if you
the
need
press
something done,
figured out.
yeah.
hmm
I'm just saying Shadow is not exactly. They don't sound heroic in this particular instance. Also, this is Kronstein from.
Well, what did they do? We don't even know anything about the supply ship, so I don't know what you're getting anything from. The only concern here is that the exact place and time was leaked to the press, and of
Mhm.
course he had to deal with it. That's all it was.
That's it. But they had to deal
Yes,
with it,
Scotty.
and they had to stage something else to cover up.
Hey, Scotty.
Oh yeah,
You're right.
Yes.
That's Kronstein, the actor who played Kronstein from Russia with Love.
Yes, sir.
That's him. Yep.
He's great in this episode. He's the glue that holds this entertainment together for me.
Yeah, his
does
name
because-
is
What is it?
Vladek Shabel.
Yes.
Shable. Okay. Vladek Shable, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's
Yeah,
really great,
he's
and it's
very
really
good.
weird that he ends up being the prosecutor because he's a doctor. He's like a psychiatrist. So it's like if Deanna Troy were leading the prosecution in the trial, but he does it really well. So I guess I don't have any complaints.
It took me a long time to figure out that he was still a good guy. Like he's solid in the episode. He works for Shadow. He's just doing his job.
Right, he's just doing what he was told to do when they
Mhm.
believe that there was a breach. When they believe there was a breach in security and they think that Foster's responsible, he steps in and he says, look, he's probably done this, or maybe he hasn't, but we got to find out where the leak is or who the leak is. That's the whole
Mhm.
deal in the situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his job is to prove it, but it turns out the circumstantial evidence are going to damn Foster either way.
Yeah, poor Foster. And look, he's wearing purple.
He is, and he has a purple car.
He does. I don't know what Jerry Anderson's obsession with the color purple was. I really never understood that. But, I mean, hey, it's a good color. My wife likes the color. So,
Purple?
Purple,
Good color.
yeah. It is.
It's great.
I
And
think
I
it's
like
Samuel
this
L.
scene.
Jackson's favorite color.
Oh, right. He got his own purple lightsaber.
True.
And I like this scene because it reminds me of VR technology that we have today.
Hmm.
I
Have you
don't
ever
know.
played a VR video
yeah,
game?
that was.
Well, yeah, have you ever been to an arcade and put on a VR headset and sat in a chair that bounced you up and down and you did some kind of game and shot at some stuff? That's basically what this is.
Do a VR game?
I used to work
Yeah.
at the Big
I never
Blue
did VR.
Embrace,
Uh-huh.
and I played
Yeah.
the Spider-Man VR headset game for the PlayStation. That was cool. Like I did the demonstration one. I've played VR cricket in Australia. I wasn't good at it.
Oh no, I'm not good at these games, but it's always just fun to
It is.
be in that world
Yeah,
for a minute.
see now, Foster is wearing a purple smock. That's what I'm talking about. Purple must be like a main
Remember?
color. What's that?
I said I want that suit. I want the purple suit. That's an awesome
Okay.
outfit. Like I'm not
It
knocking
is.
it at all.
I agree.
I see that.
No,
I
I
see that.
agree.
I see that suit.
I'll be
and
right back.
I kind of want to
Okay.
dye his hair green, give him some white makeup, and maybe some, red lipstick.
I appreciate the lack of lapels. It makes it more business.
Oh yeah, it does. It makes it more efficient.
I just want to point
being
out
in
there's a bunch of. I just want to point out there's a bunch of dudes commenting about fashion about some dude's suit. I just want to point that out.
What? You don't want to look good?
I actually
I
don't
want to
care.
look good.
I think that's my biggest takeaway from Scotty watching this episode. He really likes the outfits, and so thanks to Sylvia
love 'em.
Anderson
I love him.
for all of her work on the show.
Like sometimes when you go to a special occasion, you want to look good and you want to look, you want to stand out. I'm not saying I would wear this to a funeral.
I prefer
But-
the. I prefer the chat.
Yeah, Sylvia, Jerry's wife. Yeah.
I like the rear projection of the random scenes. It made exposition dialogue more interesting to watch as well. And I was like,
Oh, of
okay, I
course.
guess because they established the technology of what they're doing in terms of a VR sort of situation, and
Yeah.
then they walk in
No,
front of it
it
as
is-
if it's nothing, and it's great.
Yeah, and then they talk about how Foster authorized those supply shipments of the things that have been leaked. And then
Yeah,
another one
well,
happens.
Is that
Another
map
thing is
photography
leaked.
behind them? Sorry.
What is
I was
that?
asking, is that like blue screen behind them? Is that like
Yeah,
blue screen behind them or like a matte photography?
I thought it was rear projection. I thought it was.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, because that's what it was with the roller coaster. They just
Mhm.
did the roller coaster thing.
Oh, of
again.
course. That's right. Yeah.
So another thing was leaked that Foster also authorized. So I guess that's supposed to look bad for him. But yet this entire
Well, like-
episode, nobody can ever provide any proof of anything. But
Roman
since
Gilligan's
he's the
Island.
Well,
Yeah.
like I said before, I found out. Well, like I said before, I found out that Foster not only used his movie acting career as a front, but he also unofficially was the media relations and public relations guy for Shadow. So he could only say as much as he was allowed to say in like
Shadow.
past episodes when they were talking about fighting, aliens. He was only allowed to say
Mm.
what he was supposed to say, and really didn't give much more. So, they needed him because if people were trying to argue about, well, why did this UFO attack this village or some other thing, he just had to give a basic carbon answer and say, oh, well, that's what happened, and all this stuff. So he had to cover that up. So that's why he's so valuable, because he can do
Right.
that. He has the flair for that.
That's true. You do have the benefit of having seen more of these episodes. Have you seen them all? I haven't seen all of them. This is only my 12th episode. Because I'm watching in production order.
I don't think that Shadow is a Shadow has no oversight.
I've
Shadow can
seen-
do anything.
Yeah, it can, but it does it's under the United Nations. So it's not completely divorced from government. It's an international military defense organization.
Okay.
Supported
we've
by
seen
the
him
United
before in a
Nations.
James Bond film too. This guy was in James Bond also, Scotty.
Was he? Who was he?
Recognize him now?
No.
Oh, yeah. Recognize him though? I mean, I know he was. Somebody
don't
told me
recognize
before
him.
what he was in. I do though.
Well,
I
if anybody in the chat knows who this guy is
yeah,
from,
tell us which Bond
I
film
have
he
no
was in,
idea.
because I know he was.
Franco Walker
He
says,
was in. Oh,
go ahead.
No,
I
I'm
was
on
gonna
the edge
say-
of my seat.
Oh, okay. He is one of the guys who says that they lost a ship, the Saint the Saint George, or the not the Saint George's.
He's in For Your Eyes Only?
No, not For Your Eyes Only. The Spy Who
Thunderball?
Loved Me. He's no.
The Spy Who Loved Me.
Who
Wow.
Loved Me. Yeah, he's one of the guys that's there, and he says we lost our ship, the Ranger, the USS Ranger, or not the USS Ranger, the British submarine Ranger. He's one of the guys that's there that talks with Admiral Hargreaves and all the people telling Bond and about their loss of
Hey, man.
Ranger, and then
You just gave me a good reason to rewatch The Spy Who Loved Me.
he's
And if I
he's
knew
there.
his-
I know he is.
Okay, I'll look for him.
And if I
could
knew
look
his
him-
name
yeah,
in
look
this,
it up.
I don't have to look
No,
it up.
I
I want to
can't.
watch the movie.
I said if I knew his name in this episode, I'd look him up for you. But I don't know. I can't correlate.
His name is Constable Barnes.
I don't know. I guess I wasn't really that interested in his
It's
character in this
Marshall.
episode.
I like how they have the Shadow logo in their courtroom.
I think it looks great.
It-
I'm
it- it-
surprised we don't
I'm
see it more
impressed with
often.
the branding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be good
Okay.
on.
This episode came out. It says this episode came out in 1970, which is called Court Martial. I'm reading right from IMDb, and
Ooh,
it has a full cast and crew.
yes.
It was written by Jerry Anderson. Sylvia, his wife, helped out with the format, and so did Reg Hill. And let's see, got my glasses on. Okay.
Well, it was created by Jerry Anderson, but I don't know that he wrote this episode.
Well, he's
Well,
looking
the
at
format.
The
He
IMDb.
said he did the format for the episode. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to place him here. Let's see. Okay, so Grant Taylor was
Oh
Colonel
yeah, I guess
Henderson.
so.
Colonel Foster was Michael Billington. Commander Straker was Ed Bishop. Lieutenant Ford was Keith Alexander. George Sewell was Colonel Freeman.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think it was Sewell that might have been in that episode or that
So
movie.
then what you do is, what's
Spy Who
his
Loved
real
Me.
name? What's his real name?
That's what I said. George Sewell is the actor's
Okay,
name.
so then
He
if you
played
click
Colonel
on,
Freeman.
so then, oh wait, no, that's Colonel Freeman. That's not him. That's not Colonel Freeman. I
That's
know
not
who
him?
Freeman is. No,
Oh, okay. And it says that Vladek Shabal plays Jackson.
right.
And then is he Captain Waterman? Gary
No, this is
Myers?
not Captain Waterman. Nope. I guess we could do
Okay. Is it,
process of elimination here.
yeah, of course. There's also Neil McCallum who played Carl Mason. I wonder if it was him. Okay. There's
am
one
Carl
other.
Well,
Mason.
you can
You
click
guys
on the
discuss.
picture. Okay, so
Yeah.
now
You guys discuss, and I'll see which. And I'll look at the names, and
I'm gonna watch I'm gonna watch The Spy Who Loved Me, and I'm just gonna play Where's Waldo.
well, see, that's my problem. That's why I said I couldn't correlate because I don't know his name in this episode. So if anybody figures that out, let me know. But in any case, I need to move on.
I'm just gonna
I
look
have
like
no idea who
look
this
for a
is.
guy who looks like that. That's anyway. So
I left it on that still long enough. You should have him
for
in your brain.
way too long. You know what? I got wallet-sized photos of him now. So anyway, meanwhile, back at Kronstein.
Well, this is a great part of the episode.
Like I said, my presentation on June 7th, it's going to be so thorough. Yeah.
What's happening on June 7th?
Yeah. It says here that Michael Billington, who played Colonel Foster in this, was Sergei in Spy Who Loved Me. So I recognized at least one, maybe two of them.
Oh, but Michael Billington, that's the guy who's on trial. He's Colonel Foster. That's the guy in the purple suit.
So
no.
Jill, can we talk about the guy that's on trial right now and like your evaluation of the episode? I'm trying to get everybody back on track.
Thanks, man.
Right, and Captain
So
Benson was played by George Baker.
I really do like this part of the episode because they're analyzing the technology here. If Colonel Foster wasn't the problem, then was the technology the problem? This is the security device that they use, and they're trying to figure out if maybe it could have caused the leak. And so this is the device that they use to. What do they use it for? So he starts by giving a highly technical explanation of it, but then he just says they insert the information. I guess this is how they actually send the order to the submarine or moon base or wherever the information needs to go.
Right.
And
it automatically destroys the messages like right after.
Right. And it kind of, it's like a card reader. You have to handwrite a message on there, and it can tell your handwriting. So it can tell if the handwriting is a forgery or if it's real. And only 3 people can use this machine. It's Ed Straker and Alec Freeman and Paul Foster.
Paul Foster.
And so it is shown here that the device is perfect and it couldn't have leaked anything. Because, like Scotty says, it gets destroyed and it can detect forgeries. I thought maybe that he was going to make them test it. Like you could actually see it happening. And get his card rejected. But no, and then the information that had occurred does remain on the data in the machine.
Scathing.
Yeah, I suppose.
What was it? Go back. That's the one.
Captain Waterman. Right. I
just like the image.
Okay. But the captain of the submarine is Captain Waterman.
Yes.
That's just...
It's adorable.
Yeah. But I thought that the last captain was actually adorable, but I don't know what happened to him. Because there was a different captain before.
Mutiny, I suppose. I don't even know. I don't even know.
I don't know.
At this point,
Skydiver.
at this, so you,
Yeah,
what
this was the original captain of the Skydiver right there.
Oh.
I think.
Okay, I'm completely lost already. And I watched this episode. What happens in the testimony?
Oh, okay. Now Captain Waterman Waterman. Is that really his name?
Yes.
He explains how nobody on his crew could have leaked the information because they don't have it until they actually fly off. Until they're actually going off and flying, they don't know where they're going.
Right.
And so it's impossible. And so that's all this is.
So
and then this guy.
Meanwhile, back at the studio
Stuff is happening.
Yeah.
Oh, he's upset because some of his information is being. So not only did Shadow organization information get leaked, but this guy's pulse light technology stuff got leaked too. Oh, and this is the part where he's asking if he's a friend that you were talking about earlier.
The part that I don't like, yes. Yeah, look at him.
Yeah,
I would react that way as well.
Yeah, my opinions are private. My as a man, my opinions are private and no concern. But as a superior officer, I want facts.
Yep.
And so, Adi doesn't like that.
Logic is the beginning of wisdom, Sabic. Or, sorry, Valeris. Not the end of it.
Please excuse the musical interludes in the background.
No, I enjoy them. Come on, there's a band. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
And so he explains how Foster became part of Shadow based on all the tests he had to take and just on his judgment. Well, basically what it was is Foster he did something kind of stupid, but then it was like either I forget, he had some kind of ultimatum and he decided to join Shadow.
I don't like Shadow. I don't think that Shadow is a good organization.
Yeah, but they're not Section 31. But
they are.
Just the fact 31. That they are covert, so they have to be because they have to keep this stuff secret because the government wants them to keep the aliens.
Well, it sounds like you are a fan of Section 31.
I am not. Section 31 is not connected to the government. They're disconnected to.
But they believe they are.
They're not.
Shadow answers to nobody.
No, Section 31 is not connected to the government at all. They're not connected to the Federation. They're not.
They are part of the Federation Charter.
They
are part of the Federation Charter.
That I believe that they misused the wording in that charter just to make whatever organization they wanted. And that's the only reason I accepted in that universe, because I do not believe that if the Federation knew about them, they would allow them to exist because of the terrible things that they have done. And they don't even find out about them until Deep Space Nine. And in that case,
but what I'm saying is that if Shadow was an organization in the world that we existed in now, we would not know about them. Right. They are doing things that are covert for our own protection that we have no say in. And but if the government were Dr. Bashir and all of a sudden Shadow showed up at my door, much like Foster, and they said, we want you to be a part of this super secret, we can do whatever we want organization. And it's just like,
but the only difference is that the government supports
is that Dr. Bashir said, you know what, Section 31 is kind of messed up. And Foster said, I will join your ranks.
Yeah, because Shadow is more of a benevolent kind of secret organization. They really do want to do the right thing, generally.
I have, you know what, to be fair, I have not seen the shadow organization, anyone involved with it, kill a human.
That's right. And it looked like they did in this episode. And
But that's kind
the
of
big thing is that
specious.
they didn't.
Like, just because maybe they
Well,
shouldn't be killing the aliens.
They don't want
Why
to kill
can't
the
we-
aliens, but the aliens are going to harm humans, so they have to. They have to
Oh,
take
they
down
have to
the
take
UFOs.
extreme measures?
Yes.
Oh, kind of like
Oh
Section
my God.
31. I'm sorry. There are
Look, it's
clear
an
parallels.
alien threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're both secret organizations. I'll give you
Yes.
that.
Okay.
One is
At the-
divorced.
at-
One is divorced from the world government, and one is not.
Neither one has true oversight, and both are clandestine.
Well,
Yes,
you guys
I
don't
agree.
know. You guys really don't know. When it comes to Section 31, it shows up in Star Trek Enterprise, right? And so
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
whatever, but it exists. And what we don't know with lore, Jill, you're the expert. Correct me if I'm wrong. We don't know what oversight that there is, and I can tell you from a
There
government.
is none.
I believe
from a
Sloan-
government perspective, in our world, this world, there's always an oversight. There has to be, because if there isn't, war crimes are involved, and bad questions get asked to the politicians, and they don't want a New York Times moment, i.e.,
Yeah.
they don't want their face saying they supported X event through this organization. Now, there's all sorts of shadows and clouds that hide those organizations, as they should.
Mm.
But at the end of the day, that's the question you need to be asking. And what we don't know with Star Trek is there an oversight? According to lore, and I think this is what Jill's alluding to, is there's no oversight. It's basically a bunch of rogue elements. But
Mhm.
I would, from a bureaucratic standpoint, I would have a hard time believing that there's no oversight or Section 31 or whatever is going on with Shadow. Padre out.
I do believe that Shadow has some oversight eventually, like you say. If there's something that is big enough that is going to get the attention of the rest of the more public military that is in this world, then that would make sense. There's definitely a relationship. I don't know what that relationship is, because this show I haven't seen enough episodes, I don't think, to tell me exactly what the relationship is between the public government and
So
this
did we?
this
I'm
international
sorry, Jill.
government here.
Yeah, did we ever
But as
figure
far
out
as
the name of the defender, his defending lawyer? Did we ever figure out who that was? His name in
this guy,
the show, in the movie,
oh, the defender, no, I didn't figure that out.
or
But I don't think that
the episode?
from what I hear, Section 31
He's
from
Foster's defending.
Hey,
do you figure it out? I don't know. I didn't. But all I
Well-
wanted to say is that I don't believe that
lawyer.
Section 31 is answers to anyone, like Scotty says.
they don't.
They fund themselves. They're not supported
Defending.
by Starfleet. The only time they're supported by Starfleet is in the filth, and the filth says, "Yes, we're going
And
to
he stood
support
up
you,
with
and
the
we're going to
Jedi.
give you we're going to give you a space station to do your crazy experiments." But in real Star Trek, they're disconnected. They work on their own.
This is one thing that you and I absolutely wholeheartedly agree upon, is that the prevalence of, is prevalence a word? Yes. Of Section 31 in the filth is the worst, one of the worst things about it. And the fact that anyone thought that it was a good idea to bring back Section 31, the clandestine organization, that was a bad idea.
Yeah, no, they love it.
I know. I don't know why.
No, they're making a TV
A movie thing with an
No,
Oscar winner.
a TV movie.
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
first they were going to make a TV series, then it was going to be a mini series. Now it's gone down to a TV series, and I'm hoping that it degrades into a short trek and everybody forgets about it.
Well, everyone will forget about it. Don't worry. I've already forgotten about Picard.
There's some
Oh, my
drama
s-
going on
No,
you
it
can hear
sounds like Under the Sea from the
it.
Little Mermaid.
I have to go. I have to go see what that's about. I'll
Yeah,
be
you
right
should
back.
probably get a fire extinguisher. So I'm always fascinated because, again, not being a longtime fan of it, it's great to see the different actors and playing sort of who's who of where the production happened, and it's nice to see actors of that era. When I saw Kronstein, I was hey. It was really fun. So aesthetically, it's a good show. I find it dry. And I think that Shadow, if you don't want to call them Section 31, then I would call them the Men in Black. Like with a fleet. Does the Men in Black have a fleet? Yes, I think they do.
Yes, I believe they do.
So, I don't know. It's an interesting show. I like it, but it's dry. There's not many real interpersonal relationships throughout, and yet I've seen one of the most tragic things. And yeah, it's very stiff upper lipped, if you will. And if that's your jam, then cool. I just wish there was a little bit more. Like, I keep seeing characters together, and it's like the first time they've ever met, and they just exchange files, and then they move on to their thing. And there is a certain level of procedural that, being a Star Trek fan, that I enjoy. But this is just dry toast. There's no whimsy. Except in the costuming, and that's why I bring it up, because it's the most interesting thing. I love the music, I love the costuming, I love the set design, I love the actors, I love the performances. The only thing that's wrong with it is that it's a talkie. So that's my review of UFO.
I think that's pretty accurate.
And if it's not my jam, it's not my jam, and I'm sorry for not having a jam.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm still going to watch these because I think that it's interesting. It's like a point and click adventure game. You just don't know what's going to happen next. Apparently, there are some episodes where they actually fight aliens, like there's like rockets and stuff. I've heard. And
They
so
do. That happens.
I'm looking forward to seeing one of them.
Have you talked about how somebody drops money in Foster's bank account?
Oh no, I forgot about the money.
Yeah,
There's
it's right
a
here.
whole this is what happened. I didn't read the subtitles.
No, that's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm sure whatever you said was amazing.
No, we were having a conversation. It was a team effort.
That's good. I can't wait to listen to it later.
Oh.
So Foster gets $10,000, which in today's money is $78,000. And so that's quite a bit of money to just randomly show up in his bank account. So that looks suspicious for him.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, that doesn't prove anything either. He's just making conjectures at this point. This prosecutor.
That's kind of a weak point. Like, okay, so if you're gonna put $78,000 in somebody's account, it's gonna come from someplace, right? And they're gonna focus on $78,000. They're gonna focus on where it came from and who sent it, and that's gonna be your the amount.
And that's the problem, because he doesn't know where it came from. It came from a Swiss account.
Right, but if you got like a, no kidding, like secret squirrel spy organization, they're gonna know where it came from, and they're gonna be able to find out. It may take a couple months, maybe a year, but they're gonna be able to figure that shit out.
Oh yeah, eventually, definitely, and they do at the end of the episode. It turns out it was just somebody,
Scotty,
a film executive. Just a film executive trying to get favors from Foster. And
Defender. I'm not quite certain of the name. Well, I was going to say the defender for Foster, the guy sitting there in the chair to his left. I want to clarify something, Scotty. He
Yep.
actually was the guy who talked about the ship that in the movie Bond movie You Only Live Twice. He was
Hmm.
the one that said, "Well, we don't agree. We think that the thing came down in the Sea of Japan area, and that's where you and your Russian forces should, special forces should look for." That's the
Oh, yep,
actor
yep.
right there that's
Oh,
sitting on the
okay.
chair. That's him. Yeah, he's in You Only Live Twice. He's at that conference, which is held by an igloo,
Oh, right,
and
right,
they
right,
talk
right. Yes.
about the. That's him. Yeah, that's him. That would have driven me crazy if I didn't get it right.
I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you got it. Points. Now I have to watch a couple of
Yeah,
James Bond movies. It's going to be great.
gotta watch again to see him. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Oh no, any excuse. And it's fun because I get a Connery and a Moore. I haven't seen The Spy Who Loved Me in forever, and you're right. I should rewatch it. And then also, You Only Live Twice. That is something
Right.
that I will put on while I'm vacuuming.
Yeah, that one is definitely fun because having a volcano lair. Then later
Yeah.
on, when you had Michael Myers repeat that as you know, as Doctor Evil,
Mike
Doctor
Myers.
Evil.
It wasn't the
Yeah, Mike
villain from
Myers.
Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I do find I don't know how old this character is supposed to be because this actress is both old and young at the same time.
She
No,
is.
when we watched it together, you said this lady is my grandmother.
She is, but I think she's 30.
Yeah, probably 37.
37.
And yeah, and she's supposed to be the secretary.
So you're
No,
saying
no, no, no.
like to get busy.
To,
No, she wasn't the secretary. She was she's with the press. So she
It's a joke. I'm sorry. It's a badly delivered
his
joke.
boss is
I
awful.
apologize.
No, you broke up. I didn't hear what you said. What did you
Yeah,
say?
I missed the joke.
The joke was, so you're saying that your grandmother liked to get busy.
Oh yeah,
So
no, she was a hooer.
She was that was. I'm sorry. It was a bad
No,
joke.
it's funny. No, it's great. It's great.
So no, Miss Grant is an industrial
Miss
spy.
Grandma.
So she's an industrial spy.
Yes.
So she ends up bugging Colonel Foster's apartment to learn about this special light technology that this other guy is using, who's at the film studio that's the cover for Shadow. And she accidentally gets Shadow information also, in addition to the light pulse stuff that doesn't matter, because Foster brought some of his work home with him. And that is how that happens. But also,
what is this again? I forgot. You got excited about this.
I was so excited. Well, because one time they used this for a dream sequence, but this time Foster is dreaming about it. This is the background right behind Straker's desk. He has this kind of artistic monitor, 1970s version of a screensaver. See?
Okay. Looks like Landrew.
Sure. But nobody knew what it was until this episode, or if it was anything at all. And so we'll see it again in a minute. And so this is the guy complaining about his light technology being stolen. He had his own security leak. So 2 security leaks. Now Foster's interested in this guy.
Straker.
Straker is interested in this guy. Thank you. Excuse me. And it's a pretty hairy coincidence. So he knows that Foster. I just like that phrase.
Yeah, no, it's great.
He knows that Foster is bugged, but he also knows that Foster isn't stupid, and he checks his apartment regularly for this kind of bug.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there are little tricorders. I don't know what to call them. Detection meter, MK4. So it's a detection for the surveillance devices. And so, yeah, he's not going to need that phone anymore.
No. Phones? Where we're going, we don't need phones.
And I don't know. It just feels like Foster's given up. He's just like, okay, I'm screwed. I'm just going to enjoy my meal. And
Yep.
so Straker does a little detective work trying to figure out. Somehow he knows that Foster would turn on these lights if he were. I have no idea
Yep.
how he knows this.
No, I want you to tell it.
He's just like, oh, if I were bringing a studio executive home, I would give him some environmental therapy.
Yeah.
I would turn on this light.
This is the way I would entertain.
And so then the bugs are activated by this light.
Oh man.
And so they start they can find him. Then they have to tear the place apart. And first Straker has to tear apart his jacket a bit too.
So who bugged the apartment? Do we know?
Yeah, the grandma.
Okay, so grandma.
Miss Grant.
And they're part of the press.
So we got a handheld
Yeah, well
device.
she
We have a handheld device that's looking for a bug that sends a signal.
Yeah. So
Right?
it's scanning for the signal, yes.
Yes.
Right. So all you have to do to find that bug
is scan for the signal. Yeah.
No. It's much worse than that. Trust, I know what I'm talking about. You go to the
Are you a part of Shadow?
You go to the farthest part of your apartment. You scan using your magic, tricorder.
Sure.
You scan it and you get a line of bearing of where the signal's coming from. You go to the other furthest part of the apartment, scan, you get a line of bearing of where the signal's coming from, and then you find a spot in the middle and you do another scan to figure out where the signal's coming from. And now you magically triangulate, which is an actual thing, and now you know exactly where that motherfucker is. And all you have to do is go to that object and break it and figure out where the little fucking thing is, because it's not going to look like a piece of pebble. And if it is, all you have to do is scoop up all the pebbles and then take them outside and put them in the kitty litter and put it in the dumpster. Everybody's happy.
Yeah. And the only catch here was that they didn't send out their signals until you turned on that light. And so that was the only.
So what you're saying is that the methodology of this episode's plotting, while it sounds intelligent,
it's Hollywood, dude.
It's Hollywood.
I've been drinking like 3 glasses of wine and I'm watching this and you guys are telling me about X, Y, and Z, and I'm looking at it, I'm going, that's not how that shit works.
No, I know, but this is fun. Like, this is a fun show. Like, I'm sort of poo-pooing it, but I'm also enjoying watching it just because of the things. Like, it is a logical show.
It could be that I'm not explaining it right either.
No, but I watched this.
I'm not an expert.
It is, but I also want to be, because Jill is very particular about her lore. I also don't want to not speak up, because if I don't speak up and she sees this again in some other way that's not realistic, I don't want her to go, oh, that's okay. So that's the only reason I speak up.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's not me. Okay, it is part of me being a dick, but it's also I'm more concerned about the truth. And I'm like, dude, that's not how that shit works. But I understand artistic license, and you're trying to, tell a story. You got to push the I believe button basically to accept, magic happens. Got it. Jill, I'm out.
Yeah, that's right. No, and
my.
it's right. It's a magic bug that just happens. It's turned on by some lights, and and only then can their little tricorders pick it up. And they weren't that scientific about it, I suppose. But also there was a radio tape that would record all everything that these little devices would pick up. So generally it made sense to me, but it's good to know the reality behind it. And so they go to the guy who they figure out created these things, and to figure out who bought them. And so then they figure out it's Miss Grant. But before that, Alec Freeman has to fight Joe.
Oh right, there was a punch fight,
It was.
and it was
Freeman-
really really cool. It was great because, well, so what's his name again?
Alec Freeman.
So Alec is UFO's Chief O'Brien. I love this man. I don't care. I am only like, I don't like Ed Straker. I don't. But UFO's Chief O'Brien, which is what I'm going to refer to him as forever,
That's fair enough.
is my favorite character in this entire show. Alec.
And Straker, Foster is talking about Straker's little monitor in the back, wondering why he has it here. And so, as I said earlier, he's completely given up. He knows he's going to be executed. He's just being kept there, waiting to die.
Wait,
So,
Jill,
yeah.
why wasn't this guy ever like a Vulcan or a Romulan?
I
Doesn't
don't
he
know.
look like he would be perfect as either?
Sure, he would work perfect. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, surprising.
Oh,
Please, I'm
and-
sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no problem. No, that's fine. Now, because Foster's going to break things. And
right.
he realizes only too late as Foster's about to leap through the display.
Yeah.
There it is. It was just that.
Yep. He jumps through a window. Red alert. Run, 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 run.
But
run.
2 red lights aren't enough. They need 4.
Oh, nice. It's like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
He's got more stars.
Yeah, so Foster's running away. And Straker knows about Miss Grant. He wants to talk to her. To the industrial spy who caused all this trouble. But also, I guess Foster did too. He shouldn't be doing his work his work at home.
So are these guys going to like raid Mar-a-Lago or something?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? If that makes it more fun for you, yes.
Well, it's just topical. I love the guys.
I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly.
Neither do I, now that you mention it.
Hey, Scotty.
Oh, these
I got
guys,
some
they're
great
really
news for
bad
you.
shots.
They're bad shots, but I love their uniforms.
I got really good news for you, Scotty.
What's up?
Okay, so the defending lawyer is, the actor's name is Jack Headley.
Yes.
And I found him. And he was in For Your Eyes Only. He played Havelock, the guy that got shot by Hector Gonzalez on the ship with his wife. That was him.
Oh,
Look
shit,
lovely,
yo.
Marlena.
He was Havelock? Oh, my stars.
He was Havelock. Jack
That's
Headley.
crazy
Yeah,
cool.
I found him. Yeah, that's crazy cool. And I
Wasn't
was
that
like,
the
he was
first thing
only
that I said?
briefly
I
in
was
an
like,
announcement.
For Your Eyes Only. Because I was thinking of
You're
the
right.
age.
You got him. Yeah, you got him. Yeah, you got him. He was the one that was Melina's dad.
Yeah.
Havelock.
Dr.
That was
Havelock.
covering up the Dr. Havelock.
He was paid. Yeah, no, he was helping with
Havelock.
the broadcast energy transmitter or something. It was like a decoding device. Yeah, no. I remember. Now I got to watch another James Bond movie. This is even better. I'm sorry for interrupting, Jill. We were just having a little Havelock.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, thanks to the diligent research by Mikey to figure this out, we know that the defense prosecutor in this episode, who's supposed to be defending Foster, he does a terrible job, which is why I haven't even talked about him. He's basically like, oh, well, you don't have any evidence, so I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit here. He does nothing for Foster this entire episode. But his name is Webb. And he's played by Jack Headley.
Jack Headley. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's all I needed was a reference point, a name, and you gave me
Yeah,
one.
Jack Henley. Yeah, but is he credited in this episode? He is, isn't
He
he? He's
is.
credited
He
in
is.
this episode.
He's credited
Oh,
as Webb.
okay,
His
as
name is
Webb.
Webb.
That's
He's
Webb.
completely useless in this episode as a character. Completely useless. Foster would have been better being represented by a toaster.
Thanks, Jill.
You're welcome. Thank you for doing some really good research there. I didn't expect to figure that out today. And so this is where we find out Miss Grant is the industrial spy who bugged Foster's apartment.
Okay.
And this I'll agree with you on. This is kind of some shady shit what Straker does with her. And these guys are shoot down Foster. So he threatens her with brain damage with this acoustic gun.
Damage.
If she doesn't write a confession exonerating Foster, saying I bugged his apartment for this information. Because what she's doing isn't actually criminal, but so
Like,
she
I'm
could get away
How-
with just leaving if she wanted to.
How old is this woman? I don't know if she's young or old. Look at the
Okay.
picture on the screen.
All right. Oh my god. So more.
This
Okay.
woman
So her name
is both 90 and 25.
Her name is Georgina Cookson. She was born in 1918. So actually, she is pretty old.
Well,
In
when
this
this came
episode.
out, she was what? Yeah, it came out.
was-
She was 52 years old. She was 52. years old.
Correct. That's right. She's
Okay,
52.
well, and
Yeah.
then she looks great because I did think that, 37 is what I said, right, Jill?
Yeah, you said 30, so I just picked a number in between 30 and 40.
Yeah. And so she's
Well,
not as old.
but-
I'm hyperbolizing, but
Mhm.
For-
she does. I seriously, wow, great. Good for her for being 52.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's
he
her-
threatens her,
Yeah, she looks
Yeah, anyway.
and he
Look-
gets her to
look what I
confess
found.
to what she's
good.
done.
Anyway,
Anyway, she confesses. She does write the confession for Foster, so he gets exonerated. And
and
this
these
guy
guys
finally
are
figures
trying
out what a scope is.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody said they shoot as
Oh,
bad as
right, and-
stormtroopers did in Star Wars.
And he doesn't die. He doesn't die, does he?
He
No, he
doesn't.
gets
It looks like
tranquilized.
he's going to die,
But he
but
doesn't.
he was
Yeah.
really just tranquilized. That's the big reveal in this episode. Is
Yeah.
that
Oh,
Right.
is that Jackson didn't want him to die after all. It seems the entire time that Jackson's gunning for Foster to be killed the whole time because he's like, you did it and you're gonna pay. But he didn't talk like that. But that's exactly how he presents his case.
I don't like this organization.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Great. Is it required?
No. But I will be talking about this show until I watch all the episodes.
I'm still fascinated. I want to hang out with Alec. He's awesome.
Mhm. And there's some morality with Shadow that you don't
Well,
get.
and there's special
with
effects and
Section
stuff.
31.
Like I'm not,
Yeah.
yeah. But this
And I've
episode
always-
really dry toast.
Yeah, but
If that's its biggest offense, then I don't mind. I love it.
I'm sorry. I really enjoyed not just Foster, but I enjoy his boss Straker. The Straker is cool. Like
He's
he's
a
so
dick.
straight laced. He's just so beautiful. I mean, am I allowed to say that as a man? He's beautiful.
You're
Yes,
allowed to,
you're-
for sure. I am a John Hamm fan, and if you feel the same way about Ed Straker as I feel about John Hamm, you and I are cool.
Okay.
Oh, the bugs were in the wall. Okay.
Yes.
In
they
the
were.
walls,
That's what it just said right
It's
here.
all-
While a couple of cameras in the wall were taking
yes,
pictures.
right. Thank you, Kraustein.
And so at this point, Straker still thinks Foster was gunned down. And so he's guilt tripping Jackson. And Henderson says, you think I'm a pig-headed, cretinous lout, don't you, Straker?
I don't think you're allowed.
And it turns out that Foster was shot with an anesthetic bullet, Jackson's idea. So it was just something to knock him out. It was just a tranquilizer bullet, um, to get him to pass out. And so he's not dead. Yay!
No.
Hooray!
Yay!
And
Hooray!
Stryker recorded the previous conversation and
In his
gave him the
pen.
pin. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
he gives him the pin
Mhm.
as a present.
And there's much
Jackson,
rejoicing.
and Jackson is pleased by it.
Meanwhile, back on set.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah. Alec has gone home. He took a shower. He changed. He's all dressed.
Good for him.
Oh boy. There he is. He changed his clothing. Now he's in white.
Well, he. I don't really know why. I guess because it almost got him in trouble to have people randomly putting money in his account. He just fires this guy. Go away. Yes, go.
Well, and see, there's the difference, and this is why I prefer the purple suit to the tan suit that he's currently wearing, is that those collars, they are ostentatious, and I don't like them. They look severe, and I wouldn't present myself in such garish collars.
Yeah.
I've
What?
seen in some Asian restaurants, you see sometimes server ladies, that wear the kimonos that are purple like that. I actually, it adds a flair to the restaurant, to the whole experience. I think it's great. I love those purple outfits. Hi, Scotty.
Hey,
Captain Finity.
Yeah, Captain Finity says Scotty.
Scotty.
And Scotty says, I'm on the mobile. Oh, okay. This was when you weren't on the live stream yet.
he's outside. He
Right.
is.
Oh.
He doesn't need to be down here. Like I live in a basement apartment, so I don't want to be. I don't want him to be inside on last day. But actually, this dovetails quite nicely. I don't want to listen to him whine anymore. But I think he deserves one day in the sun, and so I'm gonna go and get him and make sure. But yeah, it's his last day, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to listen to him mournfully. I'm cuddling with him and I'm giving him the love, but also I want to hang out with
That's
you
good.
guys because I don't want to think about it for a little while because it's not happening until tomorrow, and so I'm enjoying that he's still here, even though he's outside doing exactly what he would be doing if everything was perfectly normal. So anyway, the thing that I was going to ask is, so when I do have my dog put down tomorrow, when they put him to sleep, do I open his eyes and howl towards the ceiling to prepare my dog's soul for Stovacor? Or like, do Klingons do that for Targs, or do they just do that for people?
I don't know if Targs go to Stovacor. All dogs, all Targs
go to Stovacor. Come on. That's why Commander Cruz was so upset when his Targ died.
Oh. All Targs.
Actually, you know what? Commander Cruz should have been so much happier that his Targ died in battle. That means your dog definitely went to Stovacor. So what I'm saying is that I'm going to have to go and put Snoopy into a dog fight tonight to ensure his admittance to Stovacor. I'm making light of it because I want to.
Or you could do what they did in Deep Space Nine, because Jadzia had a senseless death where she was just murdered, so she didn't die as a warrior, even though she was a warrior. Well, she was because
what do Klingons do with the infirmed? Like, what do they do with them?
I hadn't finished my story. They
Oh.
they got her into Stovacor because by performing an act of performing a sufficiently
Heroic
heroic
act.
act when they take down the shipyards, the Dominion shipyards, and Worf and everybody who loved Jadzia goes on this amazing mission.
I tell you what I'm gonna do. I am going to go and get the Blu-ray of the Peanuts movie in honor of Snoopy. That is going to be the first act after, he goes to Stovacor. Because it's a great movie. Have you ever seen it? It's great.
I'm not sure. When was this one made? I watched all the animated ones from the 70s.
No, it's the newest animated one.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's really good.
I had a buddy that just died from colon cancer. And
oh my.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sucked. And it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. He let us know 2 weeks before he was about ready to kick the bucket. He's like, "Hey, dudes, I'm gonna die. Got about 2 weeks, and don't be sad. I lived a great life. Gonna be done." And the dude I worked with in Korea, like when I told the story about ballistic missile defense, he was there with me. And he was an A-10 pilot. And a lot of Air Force people that fly, we have an issue where a lot of us are dying of cancer, and we think it has to do with radar. So this dude kicks the bucket, and basically he lets us know on Facebook, and I reach out to the one person that hey, identified herself as a sister-in-law, and I'm like, "Hey, is there, when his call sign was Thrill, like mine's Padre, I was like, when Thrill, passes, is there a place where we can send flowers?" And she eventually reaches back and she says, "Okay, well, he passed away. So they're going to do a celebration of life, June 15th, X, Y, and Z. He planned his own Irish wake. And by the way, at the end, they're going to burn a piano." Now, in the flying community,
nice,
you burn a piano because back in World War I, your pilots basically would burn a piano because they were pissed that the British higher ups would make the basic, like the farm boys, play piano to teach them manners and dexterity with their fingers. And they were pissed about it. So every time they would get really, really drunk, and when their bros died, like in combat, they would burn a piano. So it became
like a Defiance kind of thing.
Right. So it became like
well, no, but I have to interrupt in a flippant way, and I'm just wondering how many elephants had to die to have that bonfire.
Yeah, we don't care. And so
you don't care about elephants? Fine.
I don't think they make pianos with ivory anymore.
No, but back in the day, they did.
Well, yeah, that they did back in the day.
Yeah, and again, we don't care. That's not the point of the story.
True.
So the Canadian Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, the Royal Air Force, and the Australian Air Force, there's a tradition amongst all these guys. And what they'll do is when they get drunk and like something significant happens, like, I don't know, buddy gets married, a buddy dies, they'll burn a piano. This motherfucker went out and bought a fucking piano for his own fucking Irish wake to be burnt on June 15th.
Nice.
And here's the kicker. Blessing number one to all the people that cared about him, that is gonna miss him that he's gone, because he was a great, great, great dude. One, he let everybody know that he's getting ready to kick the bucket, so everybody got to make peace and say, "Hey, this is how much you meant to me as an individual, and I'm gonna miss you." So he got the goodbyes out of the way. 2 weeks. A lot of people do not get that. They'll get into a car accident, they'll do X, Y, and Z, poof, they're gone. They don't get that little bit of a blessing of 2 weeks of letting people know. Two, he's a fighter pilot. I am not a fighter pilot. I'm a heavy guy. I work in the back of an AWACS, or I used to. He basically went out, bought a piano, and is basically hosting a funeral on his own in a fighter pilot passion and burning a legitimate piano that he bought or at least appropriated in his honor, because a bunch of people are going to show up and say, you were a really good dude and we're going to miss you. And on top of that, on a federal building on a U.S. military base, he's getting a building dedicated after him.
See,
So
that's more impressive. The only reason, like, that's crazy cool. Like, I'm glad that he's having the dedication. That's awesome. Thing is, to bring it back to Snoopy, like, he's been troubled in eyesight for a while, and so I tried to put him to work for a little bit, and because I figured that blind people are really the best at playing piano. And so Snoopy, I bought him a Casio, and he played piano at local Holiday Inns. It was profitable for like 2 weeks, but then he just was like, I don't want to do this anymore. So maybe I should. I don't think I can burn his Casio though, because it's all plastic.
bottom line is, he's getting ready to go.
Yes.
Think about it and say your goodbyes and send him out in style, whatever that looks like. Honor his memory, because we're all going to kick the bucket at some point.
Live life like you're going to die, because you're going
to.
And when you're done, I mean, you can look back and say, and I've done this with a couple dogs, you can look back and say, I have nothing but good memories, and I tried to honor him the way he lived.
Well, no, Snoopy was a racist. That's the worst thing. And I'm glad that sort of prejudice is going to be out of the world now. Because when he said things, oh my.
So that's my point, right?
He did not like the Amish.
Yeah, exactly. You'll find a way to honor him for sure.
He's just gonna be like,
Hey,
okay.
Padre?
So I'm from hang on, I'm from Canada, and so Don Cherry is a character from our country. If you're a fan of hockey, you know Don Cherry. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, he had oh my stars, a fugly dog named Blue. And I don't know the breed, but if you look it up, fugly dog. But eventually the dog died. But still the spirit of the dog surrounds Don Cherry. Blue is always with Don Cherry. It's great. And honestly, Snoopy sheds a lot. So it's going to take a long time to clean up after he moves out. There's going to be fur here forever. So I'm going to be reminded of the little guy.
I'm just trying to give you that's if I had a good send off, and I've buried way too many friends. The way Thrill went out.
Oh, people are more important though.
Yeah, but no, dogs are just as important. But I'm just saying, if you're
I think that there's a way you could get his paw prints, or they have ways, they have things.
I'm not gonna do. Actually, you know what? Someone asked me about the cremation.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I'm not getting an urn. No, it is an empty shell. Do with it what you will. I don't need it. I have pictures. I have fond memories. I'm happy. I love the guy. And he loved me. He's great. He's outside whining in great pain. So we're gonna kill him tomorrow. It'll be a good time. We're gonna have beer.
Not Brian says Scotty's dog is a furry air filter.
At this point, he does fart quite a bit.
Oh jeez.
And Captain Infinity
says, to do that. Excuse me.
Oh, and subscribe to Bird of Prey 5. Yeah. It feels weird talking about anything else. And
I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring it down, but I do.
No,
I'm a callous individual who's going to use sarcasm and humor to defend my emotions.
Right.
And so
makes sense.
That's, and he's still going to be like, if I have a technical issue in the near future, and by the near future I mean forever, I'm going to be like, oh shit, Snoop just tripped over a wire. Whatever.
Oh,
He's going to
hello,
haunt me.
there.
hello,
Hello
Captain
there.
Kennedy.
Captain
Hello,
Finch
Captain
says,
Kennedy.
He says lots of
hello.
stuff.
I know this guy.
He
Too
says,
well.
"Oh, hello." Oh, political discussion. Oh, I said that
Oh,
earlier.
that was from earlier.
I have a bunch of stuff starred
I was
Oh,
thinking
from
of
when everybody
Dalek.
was,
Oh, political discussion.
and Snoopy is the best. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
He is.
Padre, if you're still there,
Yes. I'm here. I'm still moderately good looking and
I,
modestly humble.
Oh, and
I wanted to talent you guys with just one
oh, I'm sorry. Mikey's having some trouble with his Wi-Fi again today.
Wi-Fi problems are an issue. I'm in a lake.
dive.
Ha! I bet you get better reception in the lake, don't you?
I do. It's ridiculous.
Off with one
The
hell of a
water's nice.
roar. We live in fame or go down in flame. Hey, nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force. There you go. That's a tribute to your friend. They call that
Oh,
the
was that
current
the?
2022 version of the song.
Oh,
That was the current version of the song. That's the first verse of it.
thank
It's like
you.
four verses of the song. Oh, you're welcome.
That's a massive overgeneralization. There are Native American people in the U.S. military. Oh yeah, that's true too. That's a good point.
Quite a
Yeah,
few.
that's Captain.
That was me. Yep, I ended up thinking about that quite deeply. Because what if you're in the army and you're part Native American? How are you going to feel about Avatar? It's like, oh, I like it, but I don't like it. But anyway, that was an
Well,
old
we
chat.
have a history. Like, I got a couple briefings from like some Alaskan natives about some of the quote unquote civilization attempts that were done in like the 50s, 40s, and I have we'll call him a patron.
You're right
that
back,
was really
guys.
close to my family. We have a patron that was really close to my family, and he would tell the same stories. And so when I heard it from this dude had a doctorate, and he was like, hey, this is the kind of fucked up shit that was going on with the Native Americans, where they were burning clothing and all sorts of things in front of these kids. They would take them from their villages, strip them naked, burn their clothes, give them new clothing. And, you know, that's kind of traumatic. So that's the reason why I was saying the whole Avatar anti-military from a indigenous people perspective. It's like I know what you're talking about, and it's completely valid. That's what I meant by that.
Did you see Avatar 2?
No, I'm not going to watch. I didn't like Avatar 1. I'm not going to watch Avatar 2. I don't hate anybody that does. I'm not that shallow. It's just like,
can you imagine? I hate people who like Avatar.
I grew up in the 80s.
I can't stand. Yeah, no, that's valid. Anyone that thinks The Usual Suspects is good, I immediately just inside I disrespect them.
And my thing is, like, I grew up in the 80s, and I remember watching like these
the
Vietnam
1880s,
War, yeah, the 1980s, these people hating on Vietnam vets, and I'm like, dude, these guys, and this is from a kid's perspective, and they're like, they're forced to go to war, right? And mom was like, yeah, and I'm like, so they're basically they have to go to war, and they died, and they come home, and you're throwing empty beer bottles at them and rocks. To me, that didn't compute. And so on the same note, if I can look at like Native Americans when they're sitting there talking about the shit that they had to go through, I'm like, I can relate, buddy. Not the same way, but I understand where you're coming from, and I respect it. Padre out.
I read an essay in Best of Trek. It was an essay compendium that came out. They had annual. It was all fans who did fiction, and actually some authors, like published authors as well. And there was one that was about the correlation between Star Trek's 2, 3, and 4 to the Vietnam War. And it is something about Star Trek II being forced into war, having great loss and casualty, and the feeling of despondence after such a bloody conflict with no real victory. And then Star Trek III, in the same sort of vein as Rambo 2, First Blood Part 2. When they go back to Vietnam to rescue anyone and make sure that no one is left behind, kind of thing. And so that's what they're doing in Star Trek 3 is they're rescuing Spock from the previous war. And also at the beginning of Star Trek 3, when they come back to Space Dock, they are derided after coming back from their incredible conflict that they had in Star Trek 2. It's like, what did you do? You effed up the Enterprise. Like, what was all of this about? Everything is dead and you've broken everything. You're old. Stop it. Is what the beginning of Star Trek 3 is. And then it's about, discovering new life. As Star Trek does. And then you get Star Trek 4, the voyage home, which is sort of the romanticized fairy tale ending as to what would happen to the people who had gone through all of that effort and then finally having the parade and joy that the people who survived and participated in the Vietnam War or the American War, depending on whether or not you're from America or Vietnam. And yeah.
Oh, and that's why Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 make the perfect trilogy for Christmas time.
For Christmas.
Franco Walker.
Edith!
Oh. Edith.
Even in death.
Or Jillian.
Even dead, I'm the hero.
The biologist.
Yeah, exactly. Let's steal a couple of whales and a biologist. We don't give a fuck about the timeline anymore.
Hashtag justice for Edith Keeler.
Exactly.
Vladik Shable sounds like a baddie's name.
Coffee.
That's the name of one of my uncles.
I need some coffee. The Comic Relief
I've
Crusaders
got some coffee.
says, "Hail Jill, just dropping in before I go to job number 2. I wanted to say hi. Oh man, you left like an hour ago. I'm reading this chat so late."
You are. What is Comic Relief, by the way? Because that's anyway.
Comic Relief Crusade. I think he is the Comic Relief, and he is crusading everywhere, providing comic relief where
that's funny.
Yeah, so he sees something sad or depressing, and he jumps in to provide the comic relief.
He's a good
dude. Like that makes perfect sense.
He's a solid.
Yeah, he is great. He's great. And if you have, please subscribe to the Comic Relief Crusader. And he has some Tuesdays, from what I understand, titillating.
Titillating Tuesdays. Yes.
Oh my, Jill.
That's how he says it.
Well, I've never heard you speak in such a sultry tone.
That feels like that was a bit of comedy relief.
Well, then he's done his job.
He has done his job. He's inspired his audience, and that's why you should subscribe.
I agree.
Wait. I want to hear
subscribe to him.
You're going to have to rewind it. She's not going to do it again. Not the same way.
I want to hear her talk in a sultry tone on purpose.
She's not gonna.
That came out. I want to hear her talk in a sultry tone. I demand it.
You can hear about it all next week on our new podcast, Sultry
you're going to have to
Jill,
replay it.
The Adventures of Tarzan.
I was expecting her to yell at me, Padre, you're a creepy old man.
Yeah.
That would be an ad hominem.
It would be.
Although not necessarily entirely untrue.
I'm not going to deny it. Hey, guys.
I'm sorry about the noise. All right, Robert, my Bennett, I get it.
I'm getting ready to bounce. I need to take a short nap before I hop onto Frolics. So, peace out, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Hey,
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Padre, for hanging out today. Do you have anything you want to share with everybody before you head out to get ready for the frolics?
Hit the like button. Tony Stark's channel, DC's channel, Gary Ambrosia,
Gary Ambrosia, of course.
Steve Rancor, the usual suspects. They're all. It's a great community. Everybody seems to take care of each other, and nobody seems to carry a chip on their shoulder. Just if you're listening to this broadcast, just make sure you're hopping onto those channels, even if you don't listen to the entire thing, and hit the like channel. Teague's another one of them. It's just hook a brother up. Padre out.
Bye, Padre. Thank you for being here.
No
It was
worries.
great talking to you.
Have a good night, fellas, lady.
Good night.
Good night.
See
Good
you
night.
later.
God bless, Padre. God bless.
Cheers.
Cheers. He's a very astute man. I was very pleased to meet him today.
He's taller than I thought.
He is. I thought
Yeah.
UFO was really very technically specific and accurate, and then he's like, that's Hollywood bullshit." That was awesome. I know it's good to
Yeah.
learn the reality of some stuff that I think is more realistic than actually portrayed, and I'm excited to learn. Darius
Yeah.
Munchausen says, "I'm going to listen and lie down. I got flooded with work at the end of the day. Everybody's scanning docs before the weekend." Whew. Well, hopefully your
Yeah,
work
that
doesn't last
just means
too
they want
long.
to keep their paperwork in order.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, that just means that they want to keep their paperwork in order for Monday. They can put it aside after they got it all printed out, So Darius, I know what you mean. I totally understand.
And Darius Munchausen knows Georgina Cookson from somewhere else. She played 3 characters in The Prisoner. That's another British show.
Ah,
Also having
yeah,
to do with
another great
spies and stuff. Really great. I have to sneeze. Oh, but before I do that, I want to say hello to Mr. Brown Alliance. Great to see you.
Oh, may I do this one? I won't do the accent. Mr. Brown Alliance in the chat says, "Hello, chat. Hello,
Yeah.
presenters."
It was good. It was a good impression. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been working on it.
And hello to Donnie Pearson. Great to see you. And
More
also
phenomenal.
hello to Bird of
Donnie.
Prey 5. I don't
Wow.
normally stream over Bird of Prey 5, but
You said
I
you
hope
do
you
it
had
on
a good
purpose.
I hope you had a good bed life and everything. The infirmed ask their eldest son or closest friend to kill them. And he's talking about the
Yeah.
Klingons. The
Oh,
Klingons.
Yeah,
I
yes.
thought it was all about family life.
Yeah. So that's
Bro,
you know,
ahead.
if I were to do it, and I'm not gonna do this, but I'm just saying, if what Bird of Prey is referring to, that means that I actually have to take a ceremonial dagger, plunge it into Snoopy's chest, take it out, and wipe his blood on my sleeve. That is the rite of death. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, you'll have better luck with screaming
Uh,
in the office.
And,
Oh, come on. Let's
And
not
just-
even pursue that.
Come
I'm just
on.
this is the same thing. Like I was joking when I said I was going to hold his eyes open and scream towards the ceiling.
and just even
yeah.
a minor thing,
I know you were.
but
So
Scotty,
no, I
being
don't want to pursue it.
sarcastic.
Yeah. Oh, not Brian. You're here now. We're still doing it.
Oh, you had a show, Captain. I'll have to go check it out later.
Captain Ray.
Yeah, quickie.
Look at these non-mods lowering the tone. Huh?
Well,
I
I am an
know.
amateur. We've never met before. Jill, thank you for having me on. This is wonderful of you.
No, I think that was referring to us grey people in the chat.
Oh, a sea of gray. Okay, I get it now. Well, I appreciate everybody in the chat. Franco Walker says, "Hey, Captain, I think Jill's catching up to your sub count." I am. It's true.
True story.
It's mathematical.
Dun,
It's
dun,
mathematical.
dun, 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 dun.
Who's that in the rear view mirror, Captain? It's Jill. Put the foot down. Give it more, Willie. I'm giving all I've got. Come on, Scotty.
Well, I think it's funny because I re-listened to one of your shows, and Pop Culture Curator said that I see you from the rearview mirror from my mom van. I have an
Is that what
SUV.
he said? I knew,
Yeah,
I, knew I should have listened.
He did. I thought it was funny.
Hey, Captain Finley,
I
now
think
that
it's
you're
single
around,
numbers
I
now. It's
honestly-
neck and neck. It's like wacky races. Come on, get me to 450. Oh no. Oh, Jill's going to become impossible.
Well, no, I'm not. It's just going to be the same as ever, unless the mere fact of me having more subs is impossible. It'll be all right. It's like I know I'm never actually going to pass over Gorilla's random thoughts because he's too good at shorts, and shorts really get you a lot of subs that won't
Shorts.
necessarily.
Oh, shorts.
Oh, hey, Jill.
Shorts of the way. The boy
Hey, Jill,
was
I
right.
wanted to let you know
1,800 views overnight.
my channel finally.
What's
Jill,
going
I
on,
wanted
Mike?
to let you know, and Scotty, I wanted to let you know that my channel finally reached 81 subs. I wanted to reach for 80, and I got over 80, so I'm 81 subs now.
Oh, sweet. Now let's get
I'm only
Mikey to
19 away.
100.
Yeah, let's get me to 100. At least that. That would be the greatest thing in the world. Seeing 100 people liking my channel.
So, you all right?
Yeah, sorry, time
Tell-
travel.
Let everybody in the room right now. It's like,
So
come on.
Raymond says, I'm off. It was a great stream. Sorry I couldn't make it to the panel. No, it was great that you were here. I thought you had left a long time ago to go take a nap.
A long time.
That's weird. I don't even have my... Oh, your wife's ashes. My sister-in-law does. And no response needed. It's been a long time now. Otherwise, I'd not have mentioned it. Oh.
You could keep going around with a spoon and a pill container. Get them
Hmm?
back slowly.
He says he's a bit drunk.
There is no spoon. That's a good
True
thank
story,
you.
words and pictures.
Words and pictures. You saved the day with that comment.
True.
That was great. Yeah.
Phantom Boomer says we had an upbeat memorial just like we had for my parents and my friends. And
I'm gonna have to buy a piano and burn it.
yeah, if that's how you you're gonna figure out a way to remember.
Come
him.
on, it was hilarious when I had a blind dog who played piano.
It was.
You're going to
It
get a
was.
piano, Scotty, but I thought
No,
you'd rather
I'm
have
not
someone
gonna-
playing
I'm
on
not
your
gonna-
organ.
Oh,
Scotty, are you close to water? You could put the piano on a floating raft, then set it aflame. Do it like a Viking.
like a Viking funeral.
Like a Viking longbow,
Yeah,
like Kirk
that's what I'm
Douglas.
thinking. A Viking
I'm sure it would violate many
ritual.
bylaws.
That would be perfect, man.
I'm not fashion a raft
Tell
and
him it's
then
for a
light them on
ritual
fire. I don't
sacrifice.
want to light them on fire.
Well, don't you want to violate some bylaws for your partner in crime?
No.
Yeah, for your partner in crime. Come on.
You know what? He is very rambunctious. He does enjoy crime.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Raymond says I'm a great
Jill is
voice
a great
actress.
voice actress.
Yeah, it depends
You
on the
are.
material. Thank you. I don't do impressions and stuff like that though.
I've
So I don't
always
know if
found your
that's
voice
true.
grating.
That's what
okay,
I figured because that's why I have.
Never enjoyed it.
I don't know. It's a wonder why I'm even here.
I know. Like, oh, no, you're lovely.
Franco Walker says comic relief here in the UK is a telethon to raise money for children, charities, and hospitals.
True story.
Wow, that's great.
That was part of the joke.
Oh, I missed it because I'm not in the UK. I completely didn't catch that joke.
Yeah, it was a triple pun because I also started thinking about hand relief. And I
Yeah,
thought,
we
I'll
have-
let them make their own jokes.
Yeah, we have
That's the
comic
only
relief.
part of your joke I
every-
understood.
Okay. Jill, do you have a pen?
I was being serious.
Was
Come
that you,
on.
Dalek?
I would like to
Dalek.
ask you to write something
What is-
down.
We
No,
have,
but I have a keyboard.
what do
Okay.
I bother?
Well, what would you like to say, Dalek?
Dalek, what's up?
We're here for you, Dalek.
I just wanted to I just wanted to say we have Comet Relief happens once every 2 years. It's not like not like Children in Need, which happens every year. Not like children.
Children are in need every year. though.
Eradicate.
What's the other one? What was the one that you said the first time?
That's
Comet
one way to
Relief.
take
Relief.
care of the
Comic
children.
relief. Is it even funny?
Comic relief.
It's
No,
in
and no one
recent-
gets relieved either. The whole thing's a waste of time.
In recent years, no, it most definitely is not. Or at least I don't think so. It's utter rubbish.
It's a relief from.
I mean, it's a good.
entertainment.
I mean, it's a good cause. You know, raising money for charities and all that. But
It all goes to middle
as a
managers
piece
and
of-
accountants anyway. The
but
whole
as a,
thing
as a
scam.
piece of entertainment, it's which goes on literally all night. I might add. It's nothing. It's just rubbish.
What's wrong with that, babe?
There's nothing worth seeing in it at all.
So basically, it's not funny, and no one benefits. Only
Yeah, so,
accountants
well,
and
I don't
lawyers.
know. Well, I don't know about the I don't know about the non-benefit.
Oh,
the whole
charity
but
angle
it's
is
but it's not
yeah.
funny. It's definitely not funny.
Okay,
People
which
work
is
even
at
though it's
those
trying to be.
charities, they receive
Which-
money.
Captain, I just want to ask a question. Which is better, Comic Relief or Peppa Pig?
Well, it's a bit like comparing apples and oranges, isn't it? One's a
No, but
comedy
he's
show.
been very Dalek. You've been very passionate about both subjects. Which one?
Oh, did I miss the Peppa Pig?
Would you rather watch? Would you rather watch Peppa Pig or would you rather watch Comic Relief? Modern
Relief.
Peppa
Comic
Pig.
Relief. Comic Relief is better than Peppa Pig.
Peppa
Any
Pig's
day.
way better. Are you kidding?
Well, no, Dalek. I'm not asking you. He's the expert.
Well, I'm telling you, Peppa Pig's brilliant.
I mean, if you do watch Comic Relief, I think it happens like like around November or something like that every 2 years, and then
Plus, didn't you hear that Peppa Pig? They're going to do a crossover with Star Trek. Peppa Pig's in space.
No, I've seen Tilly.
Oh God, no.
it's,
I'm sorry.
Captain
I'm not.
exact.
Captain
Yes, Frankie
Finity.
Walker.
Hello. There's a talking cat on the panel, yes? Paddington Bay from
Paddington
Darkest
Bear.
Peru.
I'm. Jill is still.
Paddington
is Jill
Bear
still
is
around?
more
I'm still
funny
here. I'm still
than
here.
Okay.
Peppa
Wait, did I have
Pig.
to write something down? I
No
forgot.
one's disputing the
What am I
extreme
supposed to
write
funniness
down?
level of Paddington Bear.
What was it?
Yeah,
no,
but he's
this
more
is really
funny
good.
than
Give me a
Peppa
second. Give
Pig.
me a second.
Come on.
I didn't know.
Oh, I
Paddington Bear
remember.
was part of the discussion. I mean, you need to set the boundaries.
Jill, I need you
I
to write
was
this
setting the
down.
boundaries.
This is how it's spelled.
Okay.
P H
Oh.
U
No, not
K
PH.
E T. That is a person, place, or thing, a noun.
Yeah.
Fouclet.
hmm
So what? How
Yeah.
do you pronounce that? How do you pronounce?
I'm
that?
not saying that.
What? So you are under the impression that that word is fuck it.
That's what it looks like to
It's-
me.
Yes. Yes, Captain Finity, would you like to pronounce the location correctly, please?
I once went to the town of Phuket. I thought, oh, fuck it, why not?
I thought it
Nice.
was no. I thought it was Phuket. I
Phuket,
thought-
that's even worse. Now you're saying two.
I would have
Food.
thought, yeah, if it's not, if I would have thought Phuket too.
No, the first time
Phuket.
that I
They're like
ever,
the Foo Fighters. The Phuket Fighters.
Oh,
first time I ever heard of this place, some guy. I was working at a bar in Australia, and some guy, he showed me a ticket, and he's like, "I'm going," and he showed me the ticket, and I was like, "You're going
I
to
just
fuck it?"
wanted to admit to Captain Finity that I would watch I'd be like Jill because I love anime stuff and I love animated, series and stuff.
What do you think about Battle of the Planets?
Battle
We're
of
not
the
going to talk
Planets,
about
that was
Phuket
very
anymore.
old stuff. Yeah, Battle of the Planets was actually like Voltron years and stuff. That was good stuff.
That was really
I
good
like
stuff.
Battle
I mean,
of
you
the
can't
Planets.
claim to like anime if you haven't seen Battle of the Planets, eh, Dalek?
Why are you doing this?
Oh,
Way
of
we
course I
put your together and blow
I just
like this.
like that.
Look, he's on the Enterprise.
Blow,
Beat me up,
Pepper.
piggy.
What the
You're
hell?
making Dalek angry.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Who played that?
5
wasn't
episodes
me.
of Paddington Bear.
It seems like such a me thing to do, but I didn't do it.
Well, who did?
It's just my favorite.
I would rather watch Paddington Bear than one
Wait,
episode of
you
Peppa
played
Pig.
that, Jill?
Get real, come on. Yeah, Jill did that.
I did.
Peppa
Yeah,
Pig.
I just been thinking. I just needed to break things up for a minute. I'll be right back.
Everybody who wanted Jill to talk
Don't
in a
leave me
sultry
alone with them
voice,
again, Jill.
she dropped a Peppa Pig clip instead. So yeah, no, she rules. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell your friends. Share this on the Twitters.
Thank you very much for that, Jill. Thank you very
Well,
much.
come on. It was great. It was
I'm
fun.
feeling some sarcasm in that delivery there, Dalek.
There was.
Thank you
There was
so
Dalek.
much.
What, you don't know what sarcasm is?
Oh, because I really don't know what sarcasm is.
See, Franco Walker thinks it was Phuket. I thought it was Phuket as well.
Well, what's that H for? Just for chuckles and laughs? It's Phuket.
Well, it's like the D in Django. It's silent.
Well, then why
Yeah,
the
the
fuck
J
is it
is-
there?
I don't know.
I gave you
For
one job
Austin
letter,
English
be
business.
pronounced. No, I'm glad you brought it up. Dear English language, what is the point of a silent letter, you fucking fucks? I gave you one job letters, indicate a sound. The D in Django.
Oh, well, I'm just not that angry about it.
Hello,
I thought it was
I'm a
interesting.
knight and I've got a sword.
Yeah.
Right, Dalek?
Oh, I see, right.
I'm going to get you with my sword.
Sword.
Yeah, because I'm a knight.
I thought that sword was an onomatopoeia because that's the sound it makes when you swing it through the air. It just sounds like
Did you know?
sword.
Well, did you know the official technical Latin term for the sheath is a vagina?
You know what? Never mind.
Okay then. That's classic
Captain, you
Scotty. He
silly
doesn't even have to say the
bastard.
words, folks.
I just do have
man.
to eject right before I hit
Careful
a
now.
So, after all this, Scotty, what ritual have you agreed on doing for your beautiful Snoopy? What have you agreed on? What have you agreed on to do for Snoopy? What have you agreed on?
Goggles?
Cockles and shells? No.
Well, like I don't want to bring the situation down, although I am. The first thing I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna be in the room with him when the whole process occurs. I want to be with him. I respect him. I love him. He's been my best friend for a long time, and I want to be with him in his last moments. And like, I'm not really joking when it's. Am I going to open his eyes and scream to the ceiling? I'm not.
You're
gonna
not
do
joking,
it
but you are joking.
literally. I am joking.
Yeah.
It's because of the marijuana. Moving on.
Oh man,
So-
marijuana?
Oh, come on. I'm
Okay.
Canadian.
The
I'm
devil's
also-
lettuce? What? Call
the
the
devil's
feds.
lettuce.
Call the press.
Someone called Bill
He's
Clinton. I
Canadian,
think
and I love
Scotty
it.
inhaled.
So yeah, I'm gonna be with him when he passes. That is the first thing that I'm gonna do. Second thing,
Scotty,
I'm gonna
Scotty.
get
Yeah.
two movies. I'm gonna get two movies. One of them on DVD and one of them on Blu-ray. I'm gonna get The Peanuts
Old
movie?
Yeller and Casablanca.
No, you know what, dude? I don't think I'm ever gonna watch.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
maybe not ever. It's gonna be a while until I watch Old Yeller. It's been a long time since I've watched Old Yeller. But I'm gonna get the Peanuts movie, and I'm gonna get All Dogs Go to Heaven. And that's how I'm gonna deal with it.
Is the implication that all cats go to hell?
That is true. Cats are jerks.
Well, that's true, but that's why you got to love them.
Yeah, I'm not angry at them, but they all go to hell. But they're also in the ruling class. Like, they're top tier hell denizens. Like, they
You've lost
rule
the
hell.
cat.
Why do you think Egyptians worship them? Egyptians are basically
Because they ate the mice.
Yeah, no,
The cats,
they're
that
basically
is, not the Egyptians.
Yeah. So,
Because cats are amazing. Look, here's a cat now. Hello, cat.
well, they have, you know,
They
they're
do nothing. That's the point.
dogs are Jedis and cats are Sith.
Oh, you really do have a cat.
Yeah, it's not mine.
Hmm.
Well, then
Exactly,
throw
but
it
it is a real
away.
Oh, who really owns a cat anyway? Nobody. They own you.
cat.
Oh, that's true. The cat does own you. And they own your entire house. Donnie Pearson says, I have seen a few Peppa Pig videos. It's among the things I love best about Hasbro, to be honest. Likewise, G.I. Joe, the Transformers, and Power Rangers. I think it can be funny sometimes, but it's not really a good message for children because her parents are kind of steamrolled over by her.
It's terrible for kids.
I'm never gonna watch Peppa Pig.
No, don't watch it. I showed you the only 13 seconds you ever need to see.
I don't think I even remember it, and I'm glad.
Yeah, no, she just hangs up on her friend. She's trying to learn how to whistle.
Can you play that clip again?
What I don't get is how has it been? How has it been going for like nearly over 15 years now?
It's a deep lore.
Oh, Picard got 3 seasons. Anything's possible these days.
I would say Peppa Pig is better than Picard season 3.
It's probably better than Lord of the Rings.
Agreed.
No, Brian says you're supposed to donate some money to Comic Relief Charity if the comedians make you laugh. James Corden did 5 minutes, and the charity had to pay the public. I'm sorry.
Boom.
Not Brian. That's correct. James Corden from James Corden University. I got $5.
I hate James Corden with a passion. Jeez.
Well, don't do that. Why waste so much energy?
Exactly. Just ignore him, Dalek. James who?
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, usually I'd complain about America stealing British actors and stars away from us, but you can keep James Corden.
I don't even know who he is.
Don't look him. He's a fat bastard, Jill. He's a fat bastard.
That doesn't matter.
You'll
be able to go at Jabba the Hutt next.
He's an unfunny jagoff.
Okay, so I want to. If Logan McCarthy is listening,
and
thank you.
He was in one of the worst episodes of Doctor Who I've ever seen.
I haven't seen that
Logan
one.
McCarthy was in Doctor Who.
No, James Corden.
Yes,
that's how you do comedy, folks.
Well, okay, so Dalek, because I want to make you feel happy for.
But I do want to say thank you for subscribing to Logan McCarthy.
Yes. Who?
You may go.
Yeah, Logan McCarthy gives the most enthusiastic. Normally, when I show up in the chat, they can't even see me because I'm banned. The rest of the people, oh look, it's the captain. But Logan's, oh look, it's the captain. I mean, I don't care if he means it or not. I don't care if he does it for everyone or not. It makes me feel good. Shout out, Logan.
Okay, so big ups to Logan.
Oh, and Franco Walker says the H is there for shits and giggles. Besides, Phuket is not an English name.
It is.
No, it's not an English name. True.
Well, pajama wasn't an English word until we took it.
What's this about Phuket?
I just thought it would be funny to find out how Jill pronounced Phuket.
Thought you were trying to covertly get me to curse.
I
get
was-
it. I get
Yeah,
it.
see? And I was trying to covertly get you to curse, yes.
Or-
But I
Jill, where
did.
do you want to go on
Nah,
vacation?
nah,
Fuck it.
nah,
No, I
Jill.
said
Yeah,
where,
exactly.
not do
All
you.
right. It's very expensive to get over there
Nah,
from North
Jill.
America.
Nah,
but-
Jill doesn't curse. She's too nice for that.
Oh, no, she does.
Oh,
sometimes.
you clearly haven't been listening to every single show that Jill's ever done.
Yeah, you have to listen to everything, and eventually I do.
Jill saying the F word is my ringtone.
You too.
Franco Walker says, "Are you okay, Scotty R37?"
Probably okay, yeah. Well, you know what? And the thing is that it's not going to sink in until tomorrow. And so right now it is the same.
Oh my God.
He's going to sleep in my bed tonight. It's going to be great.
Where's the pictures? No.
What? Oh, no, I'm not going to taxidermy Snoopy, but
Yeah,
that
throw
would
a cup
be,
holder.
oh, man.
That's terrible.
I don't
Isn't
know.
Ray-
That's the thing is, okay,
Isn't
so
Ray-
I'm going to go in a car to a
Isn't-
veterinarian's
the name
house.
Isn't that the name of the Feliciano's dog, Snoopy?
Yes, they have a Snoopy. It's a very common dog name.
Oh, and
Anyway,
I think
But
there's
I'm
a
gonna
character
show
called
up.
Charlie
Thank you
Brown
very
that's
much,
had
but
the
he's
same
here.
idea.
it would be the worst thing ever. Like if they said, okay, everything's done. And it's like, okay, I'll see ya. And they'll be like, well, aren't you gonna take the dog with you? And I'm like, but it's no, I didn't think I had to. Oh no, you have to take it away. It's your job. Like that would be the absolute worst. So whatever they want to do.
no,
is an
yeah,
empty shell.
right. His spirit is with you.
Yeah, I hope so.
Miss Jill,
my
I
God.
sincerely apologize for a couple of these times where the StreamYard server just hates me. Takes me out.
Yeah,
We've
it seems
been
does
having
seem
internet.
to,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it does seem to not like you too much because you seem to be able to stream yourself without a problem, right?
I can do great. Yeah, when I'm on my own, I don't have a problem. But
Franco Walker says,
with oh boy.
yeah,
Jill
well,
curses.
you know, I'm to YouTube and everything. So
and hello
I
to
curse.
Herc130.
Hey, Herc.
Herc!
Herc,
And Raymond couldn't nap.
Herculoids.
And Donnie Pearson says, I myself have been teaching myself voice acting. I did my voiceover cover
How many self-referentials?
of the
Oh, can we
of
all
the
do a
current
crack at this?
honor.
I myself, in my personal experience of this life that I am currently enjoying.
I myself have been teaching myself voice acting.
It's on. If
I
anyone
did
is
my
interested, it is
voiceover.
on his YouTube channel.
YouTube channel. Oh, and you have to cue the
I with the me and the
NBC
me
charts.
with the I and I and the me and the me and I and I.
I did this voice. I'm doing a voiceover right now, and I feel that my skills as a voiceover artist definitely need some improvement. Would that it were so simple. Back to you, Jill, in the studio.
Well, me with my non-existent voice acting skills can only read the chat. Oh, he also says,
I myself love.
Keep going.
That's what she said. What
No,
the
Captain.
fan-made versions of the Constitution
Donnie.
11?
Myself.
No, you
Donnie,
try,
I
darling.
make fun with you, not at you.
Should have looked like, to be honest, but I am happy for those who loved the actual design, those blind fools. Oh, one of two. I continue
Yes.
thusly. 2 of 2, almost there. Here's a fan-made version of my own, a work in progress, aren't we all? That's hypertext transfer protocol. No, I'm not going to do the whole thing.
But DeviantArt.
I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good reading. And so let's check it out. We
Stephen
have to,
Mora's
after
cat.
all of that preamble, we have to see what this is.
Are we going to take a look at it? Is he going to
Bring
strike
up
us
the
on the
deviant
copyrights?
art.
I don't think so.
Okay,
I think he wants us to share it.
makes sense.
Oh, look at that.
Well, you should probably hang on a second. I'm going to hide the current comment.
That looks familiar. I've seen
I was
that.
gonna
That's
do
from
that. I
Star
knew what you
Wars.
meant.
Is that the Millennium Falcon?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, please.
Am I close?
It's his
Yeah,
fan-made version
I'm
of
sure.
the
I'm sure that Han Solo could fly the damn thing.
No, please.
Look, you can see the
please.
circular bit.
The,
Where's the olive?
the Falcon's got nothing on this.
It's his fan-made version of the Constitution 3 class. What it should have looked like. Very cool.
What it should look like. Yeah, it's very cool.
Apples and oranges.
And he's still
Bad
working on
Reboot
it
are
too.
taking a screenshot right now.
Well, they'd be taking lessons from somebody who actually knows Star Trek.
Exactly. They're smart enough to copy off people that know better.
And
I must be honest, I have enjoyed James Corden. I love what you're having, Donny. In the 2014 movie adaptation Into the Woods, starring Natalie, and as the host of CBS's The Late Late Show. I especially like it when he steals other people's jokes and delivers them more poorly.
He's not doing
Like
it.
Ricky Gervais.
Didn't that get cancelled? The Late Late Show? That's what I heard.
That's what I heard.
a friend of his who made it. Cool. That's great. Oh, then I might be in violation of copyright if this wasn't done.
Oh, snap.
Because I know Donnie's okay with me sharing, but I don't know his friend. But anyway.
It's all real.
I knew it.
Oh my God, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
I myself have been touching myself. No, sorry, teach. What?
Here it is.
Yeah, sorry, Freudian. I've been teaching myself how I should type on my own, by myself, one-handed.
For myself.
Don't editorialize.
Well,
Is Mavis Beacon in the room right now, Franco?
we didn't get to the other topics. I didn't really get to actually prepare them. So it was perfect that we just had all this extra discussion. And I want to thank you guys for hanging out today.
I want to
It
thank
was
you
our
guys.
pleasure, Joe.
Thanks
Yeah,
for having me.
It was my pleasure, Joe. I love you, man. I love you.
You're welcome. Mhm. I don't know what to say.
I think this has been a really good hangout, fun time, and thanks for being friends and hanging out. This is great.
Mhm.
If you are a fan of
Oh, right, the
Joy.
things. That's what I do. I almost forgot how to do
how to
anything.
wind like turn off. Do you
I'm
know how to
completely
leave?
forgetting everything. I started this live stream in tears. I have no idea what I'm doing.
I
Tears
came
of
back.
joy or tears of...
Yeah, you came back. No.
I came back because I appreciate it. I needed you guys. I needed to hang out,
Oh,
and he's.
Is that true? Did you have a grumpy departure? Oh, I can't wait for the re-rub.
Oh, I can't
No.
wait.
Well, it was more sad than grumpy.
No,
But
I didn't have a
anyway.
grumpy. No.
Okay. Oh, that's not much fun.
I am currently sponsored by my best friend of 4 years, and yeah, it's a great time to be alive because tomorrow is promised to nobody.
It's true.
So, I'll
and
see
that's
you in the
what
future.
these pets remind us of. And is there anything you wanted to share, Dalek?
Oh, sorry.
Hands on.
Well, he's not on camera, so I'm not going to tell him what to do.
All right, pants back off.
Um.
Pants around the ankles. One leg in, one leg out.
Oh dear. God damn it, I can't think of anything to say.
I know, that's my
Exterminate,
problem.
exterminate.
Why do
How
you think
has
I'm
Gary's
throwing everybody else
mods
up?
been doing? Have you been streaming? Do you have a channel that you would like to say, hey guys?
No, I still haven't streamed that yet. I'd really want to though.
Gary's mod? I thought you were
It's been
an expert.
teased. It has to happen.
Yeah, I said I would do it, and I will do it eventually.
Okay.
Yeah, you said you watched Battle of the Planets too. That ain't happened.
Oh, calm down. It's such a
But
long
Dalek,
show.
I don't know what to say either. That's why I'm having everybody else say stuff.
Okay, I'll just say the usual thing. Everybody watching, I have a YouTube channel, Dalek451. I'm sure it's in the been posted. Links been to it's been posted in the chat somewhere. I do
Yeah,
live
it's usually
streams talking
there.
about just about anything in pop culture. I sometimes do reviews, and more recently, I started doing playing games on my channel. And I'm hoping to very soon to stream Gary's mod and show you what some of the add-ons I've been playing around with in Gary's mod, particularly these really amazing TARDIS add-ons. It's like lots of add-ons from lots of different these people have made from lots of different eras of Doctor Who. It's really great. I really want to show those to you. So yeah, go find my channel. Please subscribe, and keep an eye out for that. So hope to see you there.
Oh, great. Thank you, Dalek.
Oh, and also, as always, Dalek is an exceptional Quantum Leap aficionado. And
Yeah,
so
malleable.
hopefully
it
we'll get
is
him on.
malleable.
Well, I've watched.
You have an
well,
open
I've watched,
you have an open invitation to come on
well,
in
I've
the
watched a
loop
lot of
to talk about Quantum Leap whenever you want.
Well, I've watched a lot of the episodes quite a few times over. So yeah, I mean, I would say I know the show pretty well.
Yeah, and it's great.
If you want to find out what's wrong with Quantum Leap, check out my channel and I'll tell you.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good segue. There you go.
There you are.
Dal, thank you. Yeah, speaking of Siegs, I'll tell you how to pronounce segue. I'm here to tell you there's no such thing as the Pacific Ocean. Also, malleable timelines, that's Hollywood fancy talk for quadruple homicide of your family. Is Deckard a replicant? Jury's still out. Plus, what if Hunter S. Thompson wrote Star Trek? We had 2 bags of Vulcan grass, a whole box of dilithium crystals, a quart of tequila, a quart of rum, and a whole quart of pangalactic gargle blasters. We were ready to go. It was Ferengi territory. Subscribe now, quick, before Jill overtakes. Quick, subscribe, 450. Need more power. Thank you.
More subs for the captain. Okay. And I'll keep Dalek's link up. What do you have going on your channel?
Okay. Well, first,
pet the kitty.
There's a point that I can reach at the end of the rants that I give.
This is shaky.
It is. But I'll put his link in the chat. His internet seems to work better when he's
June
by himself.
7th. Yes, it's there. And
June 7th.
And I do have my stream set for June 7th at 12:30 p.m. I set it for 12:30 p.m. So most people will be able to be around. And thank you so much, Annie, Jill.
You're welcome.
Doing that for me. And check it out, please, because we're not done. So come on by June 7th, and we'll be chatting on Bond all day. So have some fun.
Oh wow!
It'll be fun. Thank you, Jill.
Well, there you
Again,
go.
thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you guys for
Yeah.
coming. And I have
Thank you.
Donnie Pearson also says thank you, Jill, Scotty, Dalek, Mikey, Captain Infinity, and all. See some of you again in seconds, and others on a new frolics.
Thank
For
you,
others,
Donnie Pearson.
For others, I have a memorial holiday weekend. Have a memorable holiday weekend. Memorable holiday weekend. It's right.
I enjoy that sentiment. Lest we forget the fallen men and women of the United States Armed Forces. Agreed.
Right,
Amen.
because it's a Memorial
I
Day
agreed.
on Monday.
Yes. But you get a long weekend. There's going to be barbecues, and you're going to have a party based on the freedoms that were given on their sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To get arrested for smoking marijuana.
That one too. I just want everyone to watch Barbershop this weekend.
Virgin Picture says, Scotty, you have my love and support, brother. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much.
Hang on, is there something happening with Snoopy? I kind of feel like I missed the lead.
Oh yeah, no, he's going to be canceled tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh no,
yeah.
I'm sad.
He's in a lot of pain, and it's for the best and everything. So, but come on, it's one of those things. I took him in to have like dental work done, and they were like, well, we have to sedate him to get dental work done. And I was like, okay. And they were like, we can't sedate him. He's too old, and he has a heart murmur. And I was like, okay, fine. So we don't get dental work. He's old. He doesn't get sedated. So when things started going south with him, I understood that there's no operation that's going to help the guy. Like, they can't sedate him to operate. So we did a medicinal attempt at stabilization.
That's what I was hoping, that it was just an infection.
That's what I was hoping for too, but it's not. So to make sure that he, like, I wouldn't want to live in pain.
Yeah,
so
no.
I don't want him to either. So it's for the best. It's going to be sad, but
it is sad. I'm so sorry.
I feel comfortable talking about it because it's something that everyone's going to, like, losing a pet is hard. It's fucking.
I don't even know Snoopy. I just like the idea of Snoopy.
He's a racist.
I don't believe it. I think that's
he doesn't like cats.
So does everyone these days, apparently.
Actually, you know what? He's okay with cats. He doesn't like squirrels.
Well, that's speciesist. That's not quite as bad because at least species exist. Races don't.
Okay. I didn't want to go that deep into the lore of whether or not my dog anthropomorphizes the human concept of racism. But we are here, so you're welcome.
Well, give Snoopy.
Anyway, you know what? I appreciate, and I'm emotionally callous, and I shut down, and I'm not going to do this publicly. I'm not going to cry about my dog on the internet.
Well,
I'm going to make as much light
about
of
your
it.
dog on the internet.
Well,
I'm going to cry about your dog in a minute.
I appreciate
even the cats are upset.
I appreciate that you felt the emotions.
Me too.
So, like, thank you. I appreciate it, but I'm like, I will, had the conversation with the vet, and he's like, this may be that situation, and if you want to talk about it. And I was like, dude, like, I was kind of like Ed Straker. I was like, I will take care of these emotions privately.
Exactly. That's what he did in the episode.
Yeah.
And Not Brian says, sorry to hear that, Scotty.
Yeah. So you take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and then you have
whatever we can do, just let us know.
Oh, I'm gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be. Snoopy's gonna be dead though. Like, that's just
right. And you're gonna miss him.
I know, but it's true.
Yeah, but he's going to the Rainbow Bridge. He's got plenty of his friends waiting for him. So
why would you condemn anybody to the rainbow?
Well, because that's the classic poetry. The poetry of it. It's a poem.
Oh
Are
no,
you
I
going to
was
put
thinking.
coins on his eyes?
No, I was thinking. No,
Yeah, it's not condemning. Oh no,
I was
I wasn't
thinking of the
condemning.
Rainbow Road from Mario Kart for some reason.
Oh no, I
No,
wasn't thinking that at
Not
it's a
all.
quite the
beautiful
same
poem
thing.
about how you're gonna meet your dog later, and I'd read it, except it would make me cry.
Okay, well then don't.
So I'm not going to.
Great,
But it is lovely, and
but it's
Thank you,
not.
Jill.
It's not the Mario Kart level.
no,
No,
no. But you can play Mario Kart if that helps.
no.
I think it might. What am
Or
I? And the third
no,
thing I'm
take your
going to.
nieces to the
So
Mario Brothers movie.
I'll
finally.
be in the room with him when he is sedated. I will buy All Dogs Go to Heaven and the Peanuts movie on Blu-ray, and then I will
Truth about
play
cats and dogs?
Rain. No, I already have that. Shut up. And
Shutting up, sir.
and come on, it's a Janine Garofalo movie. Of course, I have it.
Come on, that was a nice one.
It was a nice one, and thank you for the deep cut. But and then I'm
You're
gonna
always
play
welcome,
Rainbow
Scotty.
Road. Then I'll play Rainbow Road.
There you go. And Franco Walker says, "Love to you and Snoopy."
Thank you.
And
Hey, want
that's
to hear me set off Robert My Burnett? Deckard's a replicant. That set him off.
wow. It actually did. You have him trained. That is incredible. But on that
The
note,
geese think Deckard's definitely a human. It's not the human I have an issue with. It's the definitely.
mhm. And I will see you guys later. I'll see you around the internet. Hope to see you soon.
Have fun storming the castle.
Right.
Thanks, Jill.
Have fun.
Thank you, Jill.
Oh, do you want to play
Have a
the O'Brien
wonderful
song?
weekend, Jill. Enjoy the Memorial Day
Oh.
weekend.
You want to
No,
close out with the O'Brien song the same way
No,
that we opened it?
no, I'm gonna close out with something that's gonna give me a strike later. But
Oh, are you gonna
KKP?
play it? Or oh, you're gonna
No.
play it? That's the best.
Oh, okay.
Does.
Yeah.
Not
sure.
bad. Did I
Yeah, no, I'll
anticipate?
do that. You did. I'll play both of what I was thinking. But
Okay.
if anybody's still here, go check out Retro Nerd Girl. She's streaming right now about cartoon shows of our childhood. It's her part 7 retrospective, and she's really cool. I like her a lot. So go listen to her. See
yeah.
see what she's talking about.
Who?
And well, Retro Nerd Girl.
Excuse
Never
me.
heard of her. I'm not familiar with her.
I have to prepare this video. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. And I'll see you guys later.
Nanu, Nanu.